Okay, good morning, everyone. We'd like to bring this meeting to order. I am extraordinarily honored and pleased to be here. My name is Councillor Mike Klassen, and I am Deputy Mayor, and I'm here to welcome you all to Vancouver City Hall on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim and Vancouver City Council. Thank you for joining us today for the swearing in of Vancouver's newly elected City Councillors, Sean Orr and Lucy Maloney. So normally I'm supposed to discourage that kind of thing, but we'll allow it for this time. But thank you, I can appreciate the enthusiasm. I'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and we thank them for their stewardship and hospitality on this land. I would like to acknowledge some of our guests here today, the family and friends of councillors-elect, Chief Wayne Sparrow of the Musqueam Indian Band, Park Board Chair Laura Christensen, and members of the city leadership team. I would also like to acknowledge members of council here this morning, Councillors Rebecca Bly, Lisa Dominato, Pete Fry, Sarah Kirby-Young, Brian Montague, who is online, and Councillor Lenny Zhou. Thank you all for being here today. Councillors-elect Orr and Maloney were... Oh, School Board Chair, I'm sorry. And School Board Chair Victoria Young. Thank you for coming. Today, Councillors-elect Orr and Maloney were both elected in the by-election on April 5th, 2025, and I'm pleased to welcome them to City Council. Today, Sean and Lucy joined Mayor and Council in the important role of working collaboratively with residents and communities across Vancouver to foster conditions where people and businesses can grow and thrive. I look forward to working closely with both of them as we continue building a city that is inclusive, sustainable, and vibrant for all that call Vancouver home. Serving on City Council requires a deep sense of dedication and commitment. It is a role that often involves balancing the needs of our city's diverse population while working to improve quality of life for current and future generations. While the work can be challenging, it is also deeply rewarding. Each decision we make has the potential to leave a lasting, positive impact on the city we love. As part of this ceremony, newly elected council members take the oath of office, affirming their formal commitment to serve the citizens of Vancouver with integrity and dedication. And at this time, I would like to invite Councillor-elect Orr and City Clerk Katrina Lekovic to the podium.
We will now read the oath of office. I state your name, do solemnly affirm that
I, Sean Orr, do solemnly affirm that
I am qualified to hold the office of councillor for the City of Vancouver, to which I have been elected.
I am qualified to hold the office of City Councillor for the City of Vancouver, which I have been elected.
I have complied with the provisions of the Vancouver Charter in relation to my election to this office.
I have complied with the provisions of the Vancouver Charter in relation to my election to this office.
I will abide by all rules related to conflicts of interest under the Vancouver Charter.
I will abide by all rules related to conflict of interest under the Vancouver Charter.
I will carry out my duties with integrity.
I will carry out my duties with integrity.
I will be accountable for the decisions that I make and the actions that I take in the course of my duties.
I will be accountable for the decisions that I make and the actions that I take in the course of my duty.
I will be respectful of others.
I will be respectful of others.
I will demonstrate leadership and collaboration.
I will demonstrate leadership and collaboration.
And I will perform the duties of my office in accordance with the law.
And I will perform the duties of my office in accordance
I now invite Lucy Maloney to the podium to take the oath of office. Just repeat after me, please. I state your name, do solemnly affirm that
I, Lucy Maloney, do solemnly affirm that
I'm qualified to hold the office of councillor for the City of Vancouver to which I have been elected.
I am qualified to hold the office of councillor for the City of Vancouver, to which I've been elected.
I've complied with the provisions of the Vancouver Charter in relation to my election to this office.
I have complied with the provisions of.
I will abide by all rules related to conflicts of interest under the Vancouver Charter.
I will abide by all rules related to conflicts of interest under the Vancouver Charter.
I will carry out my duties with integrity.
I will carry out my duties with integrity.
I will be accountable for the decisions that I make and the actions that I take in the course of my duties.
I will be accountable for the decisions that I make and the actions that I take.
I will be respectful of others.
I will be respectful of others.
I will demonstrate leadership and collaboration.
I will demonstrate leadership and collaboration.
I will perform the duties of my office in accordance with the law.
And I will perform the duties of my office in accordance with the law.
That concludes our swearing-in ceremony. Thank you.
Test.
Test. Test.
Hey. All right, good morning, everyone. So let's get this council meeting started. We do have quorum now. 6, yeah. Okay, just wait for our city clerk to get back in. Hello? All right. Councilor Dominado? Councilor Dominado? Okay, yeah, good morning, everyone. So let's get this meeting started. Okay, perfect. All right, can I have everyone's attention, please? We should have this council meeting started. Thanks, everyone. All right, good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 15th, 2025. Before I start, I want to also send my warmest welcome to the new city councilors, Councilor Orr and Councilor Maloney. More than ever today, I'm proud of to be a Canadian. By electing the diverse voice to our council, we are taking another meaningful step forward to build a more inclusive city and more representative democracy. It deepens our commitment to serve and to be always, I'm really proud of being a Canadian. All right, so this council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means by authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw. City of Vancouver's electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses the connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to everyone. Video of council members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits in this council chamber beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this council chamber. Please do not use the elevator, please use stairs. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for the security staff member to get you to a safe location. I would also like to highlight that there's a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside this council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every single day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Acting Mayor Joe in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
Present.
You have quorum, Acting Mayor Joe.
Thank you, Clerk. Any comments on the agenda item can be sent to council using the web form on City's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at VanCityClerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the council team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics. We will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So this is the plan for the day. Today, we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of meeting minutes, and matters that are adopted on consent. We have 1 communication, 9 reports, 5 referral reports, 5 bylaws, notice of council members' motion, new business, and inquiries and other matters. The plan for the day is we're going to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting. Return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. Adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. tonight. If we recess, the reconvene date is Tuesday, April the 22nd, 2025 at 3 p.m. So council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under Vancouver Charter are listed on in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Moved by Councilor Dominado, seconded by Councilor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. All right, the motion has been carried unanimously. Now we are talking about the meeting minutes. Okay, so meeting minutes 1 is from council meeting on April the 1st, 2025. Are there any correction to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Moved by Councilor Claassen, seconded by Councilor Bly. All those in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 is from council meeting following the standing committee on policy and strategic priorities on April the 2nd, 2025. Are there any correction to the minutes? Moved by Councilor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councilor Dominado. All those in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. All right, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so council now will consider the matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1, report 2 to 4, and 6 to 9, and referral report 1 to 5 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold report 1 for to hear from the speakers, and 5A and 5B, as 5B is subject to approval of 5A. Council may adopt the recommendation for communication 1, report 2 to 4, and 6 to 9, and referral report 1 to 5 on consent. Does any member want to hold any items to debate for or questions to team members? I saw Councilor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hold report 4 for questions and report 9 for questions. Thank you.
4 and report 9, right? Okay. All right, Councilor Bly.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hold referral report 5 for questions.
For questions, thank you. Okay. And Councilor Kirby-Young.
Fine. Mine was.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Fry.
Yeah, I'd like to hold referral report 6 and report 8. And can I also hold referral report 5? Is that?
Yeah, it's already being held.
Okay.
Councilor Bly. Thank you. Councilor Maloney.
Report number 1, please.
Yeah, it's already being held because of their
sorry.
speakers for this report. Councilor Orr.
Hold 6 for questions.
6. Okay, it's already being held. Thank you. That's the end of the list. So, let's see. Okay, so before that, before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, I didn't see anyone. Good. All right, so now we have a report, we have communication 1, change to the council meeting schedule. Report 2, 3, 7. And the referral report 1 to 5 for consent approval. 4 has been held. Referral report 5? Oh, that's right. Okay. So 1 to 4, yeah. Referral report 1 to 4, please. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it's been held. All right, so would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the communication and the report? Moved by Councilor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councilor Claassen. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. All right, this motion has been carried unanimously. So the following report has been approved on consent. So I'll repeat them again. So number one, communication number one, change to the council meeting schedule. Report number two, Vancouver Community Sports Event Grants, Spring 2025 intake. Report number three, 2025 cultural grants, balance of operating and capacity. Report number seven, size for 2025 alcohol consumptions in public plaza programs. I think that's it. And also refer report 124. They are number one, CD1 rezoning, 4902 to 4946 Joyce Street and 35110 Wellington Avenue. Refer report number two, CD1 rezoning, 1770 West 12th Avenue. Number three, CD1 rezoning, 1364 West 11th Avenue. Report number four, CD1 rezoning, 2180 West 6th Avenue. Right. Okay, so now we are back to the first report on the agenda, which is hotel development policy update. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right. So this item has a team member presentation. We have a team member here to present this item. Please go ahead.
Right. Good morning, Council. My name is Matt Burke. I work as a senior planner in PDS in the Employment Lands Planning team. I'm here today to present recommended land use policy updates to encourage hotel supply. I'm joined today by the General Manager of PDS, Josh White. I'm joined by Chris Robertson, the Assistant Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. Also joining us online is Sean Martinez, who is the project lead for this project. He's under the weather today, so he's joining virtually. We also have someone from our architects team. Kevin Spans is here from Current Planning. And we have Chris Ma online from the Broadway Plan team. We also have folks from other departments here to help support with questions you might have, including development, building, and licensing. So this report brings forward 4 recommendations to Council to encourage additional hotel supply. Recommendation 1 requests that Council approve a new hotel development policy and repeal the 2018 interim hotel development policy. Recommendation 2 seeks Council approval for amendments to the Central Business District rezoning policy to allow for consideration of mixed-use hotels with residential developments in the CBD. Recommendation 3 seeks Council approval for amendments to the Broadway Plan to allow for hotel developments on sites with less than 99-foot frontages in employment and industrial areas. Recommendation 4 requests that Council direct staff to continue work with our Hotel Development Task Force and to report back with recommendations for amendments to zoning regulations to further encourage new hotels in the city. Today's presentation will begin with background and context for the hotel policy update, then present an overview of the rationale for the policy recommendations, and conclude with an overview of the plan for implementation and next steps. So beginning with background and context. Yeah, that'd be great. This slide provides an overview of the policy context for this report. The city's had an interim hotel policy in place since 2018. That policy was not an enabling policy for new hotels. Instead, the policy was put in place as a guide for addressing hotels in area planning initiatives, and it established a framework for bringing hotel closures to Council's attention. In September 2019, Destination Vancouver released a report summarizing the foregone economic benefits to Vancouver that would result from a lack of hotel supply. The report was updated in 2023 to reflect post-pandemic conditions. In their updated report, Destination Vancouver projects that the City of Vancouver needs to add approximately 10,000 hotel rooms by 2050 in order to avoid foregone economic benefits that would result from supply not keeping up with demand. In response to this report, City Council passed a motion in 2023 directing staff to work with a hotel development task force to explore policy amendments to close the 10,000 room gap. The report and recommendations being considered today are in response to that 2023 Council motion. To further provide background, here's an overview of the hotel supply in Vancouver today. The map on the upper left represents a close-up view of the downtown. Vancouver has approximately 13,000 hotel rooms across 78 hotels under a variety of service levels, as shown on the map. The figure accounts for the 550 rooms lost during the COVID-19 pandemic. As shown, 90% of the city's hotels are located downtown. The white circles on the map indicate sites where new hotels are being developed and are tracked as part of the city's hotel development pipeline. The size of the circles denotes the number of rooms that are proposed on each site. There are currently over 4,200 rooms in the hotel pipeline across 22 separate projects. At this level, the city is well positioned to make progress towards closing the 10,000 room gap identified by Destination Vancouver. About 70% of the new rooms are being developed in the downtown, 20% in Broadway, and 10% in projects outside the Metro Core. The city's hotel pipeline is comprised of projects in various stages, from those undergoing rezoning and development permit reviews on the left-hand side of this graph, to those under construction on the far right. Staff are encouraged to see new hotels moving ahead, and more have been announced in recent weeks. For example, Reliance Properties has announced a partnership with Le Germain Hotels to bring that hotel brand to Vancouver at 1111 West Hastings. Council may also have seen recent media coverage for a proposal for a new Marriott hotel at Cambie and Smythe. Both these proposals are not yet counted in the 22 projects noted on the slide, as they've not yet made an application to the city. Should these projects move forward, they would add another 400 rooms to the pipeline. The recommendations in today's report have been developed in collaboration with the Vancouver Hotel Development Task Force. The task force was convened by Destination Vancouver and the BC Hotel Association to investigate opportunities for increasing hotel supply. In addition to the task force, the staff team also conducted over 50 stakeholder interviews with groups that are involved in various aspects of hotel development and operations, including lenders. This engagement allowed us to hear from a variety of voices and viewpoints in the accommodation industry. The recommendations in today's report were also informed by advice from specialized consultants. Urban Systems and HVS were engaged by city staff to prepare economic viability testing of various hotel development schemes. Cascadia Partners was retained by the Hotel Development Task Force to identify the community impacts of hotel developments. Here's a high-level summary of what we learned through that engagement and economic modeling work. Overall, we learned that a large and diverse supply of hotels is important, as hotels provide accommodation for a wide range of visitors, including business travelers or those who need a temporary place to stay for extended periods of time. We also learned through our work with the task force that a limited supply of ballrooms and convention spaces impacts the ability for us to attract large and multiple events. And we heard that opportunities for lower cost stays can be supported through hotel development in areas outside downtown, such as Broadway Corridor. We confirmed that hotel demand in Vancouver is indeed very strong, much stronger than the Canadian average. For example, Vancouver's occupancy is around 90% in the peak summer months, average rates around $420 a night. The Canadian average is about 80%, with rates below $213 per night over the same period. However, despite this strong demand, we've learned that development of new hotel supply is challenging. In particular, securing financing for new projects is difficult in the current environment, especially compared to other types of development, such as rental housing. The policy recommendations in today's report are intended to help increase the viability of new hotel supply and closing the gap identified by Destination Vancouver and increasing the diversity of options available in our city. The next few slides of the presentation provide additional detail regarding the report recommendations for Council to consider today. We begin with Recommendation A, approval of the new hotel development policy. Here's an overview of the areas covered by the proposed hotel development policy, where additional density for hotel developments is being enabled. As you can see on the slide, additional density is available in core hotel areas, such as the downtown and the Broadway corridor, as well as in areas outside the core, such as along commercial high streets and in transit-oriented areas. In terms of downtown, the policy notes that hotels can access additional density in our central business district, shown in the 2 shades of gray on the map. In the downtown south, shown in purple, in the West End commercial areas, shown in pink, and the Granville Plan area, shown in orange. The central business district is a key area for hotels in the city, and further detail regarding policy updates to encourage hotel development in that area is discussed later in the presentation. The Broadway Plan area is shown in light blue. This area has strong potential for new hotel supply, and policies to support hotels on Broadway are also highlighted later in the presentation. Outside of Broadway in the downtown, the policy provides opportunities for additional density on commercial high streets, shown in red, and transit-oriented areas, shown in blues as blue circles. In these TOA areas, hotel projects can apply to rezone to achieve up to 5.5 FSR. On commercial high streets, hotel proposals will be considered for buildings up to 6 stories at densities that match what's available for secured rental housing projects on those streets. In the Marine Landing intensive employment area, shown in green on the map, the hotel density can be accommodated above light industrial space near the Marine Drive SkyTrain station. Staff are also recommending policies that would support renewal of existing hotel properties and projects that support reconciliation. These policies are not colored on the map as they would apply citywide. It's important to note that the intention of this map is to note the areas where additional density for hotel can be provided. There are, of course, areas of the city where the existing zoning supports hotels. For example, as part of the implementation of the West End Plan, Council approved zoning amendments on Robson and Davie Streets to increase the potential density of new developments there without need for rezoning. Hotels are able to access this additional density on these important streets. Recommendation B covers proposed amendments to the Central Business District. In recognition that this area is a key location for hotels, the 2023 Council motion specifically directed staff to investigate opportunities for policy updates to the CBD. The Central Business District is a key area for hotels in Vancouver. Representing just 16% of our downtown peninsula land area, the CBD is home to 43% of the city's hotel room supply. Industry has advised that the walkability of the downtown core is a major competitive advantage for Vancouver's hotel sector, and that continued growth of hotels in the CBD is important for the city's long-term economic development. The current policy, approved in 2009, prioritizes commercial development. Commercial developers can choose to build under existing zoning, or they can apply to rezone their property to increase the amount of commercial space delivered. This policy has helped to enable over 8.5 million square feet of office space between 2010 and 2025, which provided important space to accommodate a number of larger employers in the city. Some of these large office buildings constructed during this period are shown on the slide. Through our work with the task force, we've confirmed that the development of large downtown hotel developments can be challenging, and that the inclusion of a residential component can help improve project viability in the current market. In order to incentivize and accelerate hotel development in the downtown core, staff are proposing a time-limited relaxation of restrictions on mixed hotel residential developments in the CBD. The idea for a temporary relaxation to the city's restrictions was originally identified by industry as a potential policy option for Council to consider. Staff have reviewed and tested this idea, and it is anticipated that these temporary relaxations will help to strongly incentivize hotel developments in the downtown core in the short term. The interim policy approach reduces the minimum site size required for mixed-use developments from 50,000 square feet down to 18,000 square feet in most areas of our CBD. At a minimum site size of 18,000 square feet, that minimum site size allows new projects to locate the residential towers at least 60 feet from adjacent properties. This helps to preserve the ability to maximize commercial development on adjacent sites. Recommendation C is all about the Broadway plan. So with regards to Broadway, it should be noted that in December 2024, as part of a comprehensive update to the plan, City Council approved updates that significantly increased opportunities for hotels. Hotels can now be considered in about 40% of the plan area. This is a significant increase from the original 2022 Broadway plan, where additional density for hotel was supported on about 15% of the land area. There are also opportunities for mixed-use hotel residential developments in the highest densities areas of the plan where the largest buildings are expected. And hotels can now be considered above light industrial in areas such as Mount Pleasant Tech area and the Broad Slopes industrial area near the Granville Island. Recommendation C in today's report has been prepared in response to Council's direction from December 2024. If Recommendation C is approved by Council today, the City will consider site-specific proposals for hotels on sites with frontages below 99 feet in select employment and industrial areas within the Broadway Plan. These proposals will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and supportable developments will likely require favorable conditions, such as being corner sites or being adjacent to large neighboring sites. Recommendation D requests that Council direct staff to continue our work with the Hotel Development Task Force. The following items will be addressed through future work with our task force. Regulatory updates to further support pod hotels and microsuites, district schedule updates to include hotel incentives and a review of density considerations for supporting, back of house and event spaces. And lastly, alignment with future work in response to Council's motion to enable the growth of purpose-built affordable student housing, including the potential for student housing to be used as hotel space during summer months. I'll now touch on how implementation of these new policies will be supported should the recommendations in the report be approved. As part of supporting hotel development in the city and providing clear information to the market, staff will launch a new hotel development website to support applicant inquiries. The site has been prepared and is ready for deployment. In addition, a member of the PDS Employment Lands team will act as a resource to support hotel project reviews. This resource has been in place since Council's motion was approved in 2023. And as directed in the Council motion, staff will continue to monitor and report on the hotel development pipeline and the impact that these new rezoning policies are having as projects come forward for Council approval. So that concludes the presentation. We're seeking Council's approval of the recommendations shown on the screen to expand opportunities for hotel development in the city. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for our team member for preparing this presentation and also the report. So Council, now you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. I saw Councilor Kirby on first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks very much to staff for the report and all the work. It's great to see this coming forward. My first question is the report references on page 2 that there's 4,200 rooms in the development pipeline, and obviously the industry's identified a shortage of 10,000 in Vancouver alone. But that's pretty broad. Application approved, not started, under construction, or completed. Can you break that down for us in terms of how many, of the different stages, and how many are actually pulling a development permit or under construction, or actually going to go ahead? Because I'm hearing that there's a lot of financing and lending issues in that 4,200. We should not be complacent about that it's not actually going to materialize.
Yeah, absolutely. We've definitely heard similar comments from industry. We do have some good news, right? We have 2 projects that have recently completed that aren't included in the 4,200. That's 140 rooms. We have 3 projects that are under construction now with 200 rooms. 5 projects that are in building permit application, so pretty close to starting construction. 1,100 rooms. 800 rooms in DP review, and then a large chunk of the 4,200, about half of it, is in rezoning review. So it's a public knowledge application that's being reviewed, but it's far from starting construction.
Can I just clarify that? You said we have 3 under construction of 200 rooms, and then the second point you said 5 of the development permit was how many rooms?
1,100.
1,100. So we know that we have for sure 1,300?
Yep, I guess you could say that, yep. And the 2 recent completions that would count towards the 10,000, which is another 140.
Those 2 completions are not in the 4,200?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so coming forward or in the bank, so to speak, 1,300 for sure. Okay. My next question is really around with respects to recognizing that the report by Destination Vancouver identifies that we need a variety of hotel types and offerings, just like we need a variety of housing for people. So from larger conference hotels to boutique, longer term stay, et cetera. The motion that brought forward with respects to the micro and the pod hotels, you referenced you're bringing forward regulatory changes. When are those anticipated?
Yeah, we have projects going ahead right now that are converting office buildings.
Oh,
about
sorry,
25%
let me
of the
clarify
pipeline.
the question. When are the regulatory changes going to be brought forward? When should council expect the regulatory changes?
Yeah, so our initial thinking on that is that there is some language in the zoning bylaw that does need to be cleaned up to support hotels and pods, and that would be coming forward as late as the beginning of next year,
So another year from now?
at the latest, yes. That's what the current thinking is to package all of our regulatory amendments in one council report, including, pre-zoning approaches for different areas, et cetera. If council is interested in advancing the cleanup of the language in the zoning that is related to conversions, we can advance that sooner.
How quickly could we advance that?
Want to try?
Yeah, Council, Chris Robertson, City Wide and Regional Planning Director. I think, our intent with the reporting early next year on all of the regulatory changes was to try to make it as efficient as possible. I expect we could have something by the fall if needed. I would just note that pods are allowed today. The regulatory changes that we're talking about are clarity items.
Okay, great.
To clarify
I'm
language.
just going to keep going for time because I have limited time. So my next question really around the pods, since what I'm hearing is that, council signal that's open to it. People are excited. They're bringing forward proposals. They're hitting roadblocks because it's triggering issues with respects to building code, et cetera. So can you just characterize for us where we are? Because we're not looking, generally speaking, the adaptive reuse of existing buildings, whether it's surplus office, heritage, et cetera, is the quickest route versus building a new hotels to get badly needed rooms. Can you recap for us where we are on trying to zero down, minimizing those needed changes because people might be using just several floors, 2 floors or 4 floors or 6 floors of a building as opposed to a whole building and not triggering entire building envelope updates?
Sure, I'll turn it over to the Chief Building Officer.
Good morning, Saul Schwebs, Chief Building Official. Yeah, Councilor, we're working on a project-by-project basis with people bringing forward projects. We're trying to minimize the upgrades required, focusing primarily on the suite itself, especially if they're temporary in nature for the first 3 years. We're able to waive almost all of the upgrades, and then once that they're in the building and plan to operate it longer, we can talk about deferred upgrades.
People that bring projects. Chair, can I move for second round in case we need it?
Yeah, we need a seconder for the second round. Seconded by Councilor Klassen. All in favor say yay.
Thank you.
Nay. Okay,
I'll
the motion
come back.
carries.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Corbian. I'll advance Councilor Klassen first. I'll move myself to the end. Okay, Councilor Klassen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the report and the work that's been done here by the task force, and maybe those present from that task force can hear these questions as well, maybe respond to them. Just in terms of the diversity of hotel types, I've been around long enough to remember that we had hotels in Kingsway, Hastings East, Marine Drive, and of course, we fondly remember the 2400 Court, which is still there, and the City Center Motel. Those kind of accommodations for travelers are set outside of the areas that you've identified. Is there any economic rationale for encouraging hotels in those other parts of the city?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We did include a commercial high streets policy. So under that policy, if it was approved today, folks could build up to 6 stories, 3.5 FSR, 3.7 on the corners, which is the same kind of building envelope as what's available for secured rental on streets like Kingsway, Hastings, that type of thing, our C2 areas. So that's in the package today to try to bring that diversity and diversity of price as well.
Okay, thanks. There is in the section that's titled "The Importance of Large and Diverse Hotel Supply," there is a discussion around longer-term stay options. It's primarily focused on economic and workforce, and I know that this council has heard from families and other people in the healthcare system that have been concerned about being able to support family members who are in hospital. Do we have any lens, especially with the new St. Paul's Hospital and other potential health-related supports for families? Curious about that.
Yeah, I believe there is a hotel included as part of the new St. Paul's. Our approach has been, we were at first kind of thinking, should we be concerned? Should we have 2 classes of hotels? Should we try to manage it that way? So far, the approach has been to just allow the market to do that. If folks want to include kitchenettes in their units, that's part of the diverse supply, and we're just going to kind of monitor that. So we have a lot of the proposals in the pipeline that are bringing forward that type of accommodation. So hopefully we can get more of that stock for those folks who need it.
Thanks. And with regard to the 3-year temporary period for the relaxed mixed-use CBD, is there any foreseeable possibility that this this policy might be extended beyond its interim period of 3 years?
Yeah, so the intention with the 3 years is to incentivize and encourage folks to come forward now to bring these projects on, as we know we need the supply. But of course, we're going to monitor how that policy is being received in the market, and it could be extended. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'll pause for there now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm pleased to hear the response to Councillor Klassen's questions around some of that hospital stay. That, of course, was a motion that we discussed here at Council earlier in the year about long-term healthcare needs, especially given that we are the two major medical centers for the province and a lot of folks who have to stay adjacent to hospitals. So I think that's a piece of the puzzle that we definitely want to explore so that folks have opportunities to seek out healthcare treatment. Now, that being said, I'm curious how, especially in some of the residential kind of concepts that we're talking about here, and where we see more kind of long-term stay hotels, how does it work within the context of tenancy and tenancy rights? So, I mean, obviously, this is a great foil to the scourge of short-term rentals that have, decimated a lot of the existing housing stock. But I'm curious how so where I'm going with this is I've seen in my neighborhood where we've seen converted SROs that become kind of long-term hotels for an upmarket crowd. And I'm curious where tenancy rights come into play for long-term stays.
Yeah, my understanding is that, hotels are licensed as a commercial building, right? They're not licensed as a residential apartment building. So folks, are going to be paying a hotel rate. What we've heard from industry is that it is more affordable for folks to find long-term accommodation if they need it rather than staying in a hotel. So, that's what we've heard so far. The other thing about the long-term stay in terms of housing policy is, and I think you mentioned this in your comments, by creating more hotel supply, we take pressure off of illegal short-term rentals, right? Or we undercut the demand for illegal short-term rentals, which helps to open up more rental housing for long-term stay.
Yeah, I am, and just to put a finer articulation on where my concern is in these more residential areas, the shoulder kind of areas that we're talking about, where we potentially see, and I have seen examples of this, where micro units are converted into effectively hotels, but for long-term stays, because they're still within the price point of, you can stay there for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, and you're paying comparable to what market rents would be on a micro unit. And something I appreciate. This is pilot and it's not really contemplated in here, but
so important to note for council that the rezoning policies proposed to date are really trying to avoid areas where housing is the priority, right? So there's no overlay for the downtown east side, for example. There's no overlay for the RM zoned areas in the West End and Broadway. It's kind of focusing on those core commercial areas. But yeah, it's a good point about enforcement and operations, and we could potentially get back to you with...
Well, and tenancies, right? Tenancy rights and protections, and I think that's when we start to blend the idea of hotel stays and then long-term hotel stays.
Yeah, no, important point. I mean, like I say,
I see Chris Robertson step
go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, Chris Robertson, Citywide and Regional Planning Director. I would just echo or reinforce the notion of amping up the enforcement around that. I think that's the first wave of attack that we would do. So just want to reinforce, Matt touched on it, but having that enforcement is pretty critical.
Yeah, no, it's slightly tangential kind of thing that I'm talking about here, but I appreciate that. I think you picked up where I'm going with it and the mix. And I'm running out of time. Maybe I'll come back, but I am curious about what on the more commercial things. What kind of and especially on mixed use sites, what do we expect on CACs or commercial linkage kind of?
Yeah, so if it's mixed use, it would be a negotiated CAC. That's the existing CAC policy.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So for the benefit of everybody, public benefits that will be accrued through these rezonings.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. It would be, affordable housing contributions or childcare or the like, that type of thing. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Black, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Actually, Councillor Fry just asked one of my questions there. So just to be clear, as we see sort of the pressures around being able to have financially viable projects or applications coming forward, there's going to be often a mix of residential in with hotel. We're seeing that already. So in terms of the CAC or public benefit negotiated, is that applied only to the residential portion and not to the hotel portion? Could you just clarify for the public? 'Cause there's been some questions.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's applied to the overall building, right? So it's a negotiation based on the value of the building under existing zoning and the buildings that's being proposed through rezoning. And the change in value is negotiated and a CAC is determined.
Right, so it would be covering the whole project.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, Chris Robertson, Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. I would just add to that we are trying to move away from the CAC model. So mid-next year, we will be introducing the new tools around the ACC. So something else to consider, that anything that's happening now would likely be interim.
Okay, fair enough. But public benefits aren't going away, just the model by which we deliver them. So that's fine. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I just want to focus in actually on the Broadway plan area of the report. Sort of my take just initially is the hotel options added is actually quite a significant area of the Broadway plan. I know there's been other questions maybe of a similar flip, but just to be very clear, how are we going to ensure that we continue to deliver what the Broadway plan committed to, which was 2/3 rental and below market rental, while we get these pressures of changing economic sort of conditions that are making projects more difficult to deliver? But really, at the end of the day, that was the sort of underlying premise of the Broadway plan when that plan was decided on in the previous term. So,
Yeah, I'll just, at a high level, say, we did not include hotel rezoning policies in the core residential areas of Broadway plan. So the RM zoned areas, the 4-story walk-up areas where there is that important housing policy kind of approach. So the hotel policy doesn't apply there, but maybe Chris Ma from our Broadway team has more to add on that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Chris Ma with the Special Projects Office. So I'd also echo what Matt said, but also add that a lot of the hotel allowances that we added to the Broadway plan are actually in addition to residential uses. So it would be a mixed-use building where you're building on top of the residential or adding to it. So not necessarily replacing any residential.
right, but it would result in higher density and higher buildings.
That's right.
Okay, so just to confirm, that wasn't necessarily the underlying premise of the Broadway plan as it was brought forward in the previous term. So there is quite a significant shift potentially here.
It was a change in some select areas and focused areas, primarily near transit.
Okay, I just want to move on, but appreciate that. So focusing in again on the areas that are industrial. This is a very interesting part of the report. It's looking at hotel projects on smaller sites could be considered in industrial employment areas. I only have just over a minute, but if you could just succinctly share with council, what does that process look like, recognizing that industrial lands in our city are oftentimes protected and of course, there's a role there for Metro Vancouver as well. And also noting the sort of larger purple area that's on the map that you provided is the Molson site, or is it not? Just to clarify, actually, that's probably more a question than a statement.
It's not. The Broadway plan area stops short of the Molson site. Yeah.
Okay, so what is that? So it shows West 4th right there, and then it shows Burrard. So could you just give that cross street there? Just remind us what that is.
Is that First?
First Avenue?
First Ave is the northern
great.
border either, yeah.
Okay, so could you just explain the process by which projects would come forward that
Sure.
would that would enable a pathway of a change of use from industrial to allow hotels? And would that also include residential?
So no, they don't include residential. And in most cases, they have a industrial base requirement where the designation for metro is industrial.
So
We
no
spoke to-
net loss of industrial?
That's right.
And
We
then
spoke-
additional would be
yeah.
hotel?
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, well at time.
thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Ward, please go ahead.
Yes, I have a question about the residential component in a project that will help support financial viability. What does this housing look like, and how does it reconcile with the labor shortage that is mentioned elsewhere in the report? More specifically, echoing concerns about where will hotel workers live.
Yeah, great point. We've certainly heard about the importance of hotel workers in terms of thinking about growing our hotel stock. So in the report, we are neutral on the housing tenure of the residential above. Of course, this will be kind of based on site-by-site proposals that come forward. Some developers may choose to offer affordable housing as their CAC, and some may choose other things. So we're neutral as it's written right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney, please go ahead.
One of the fears with this report is that it'll reduce scrutiny of opportunities to build housing during a housing affordability crisis. Is this the case?
So, as I mentioned earlier, we did try to avoid areas where housing policy is the priority. So we're focusing on commercial areas, central business district, our commercial high streets, that type of thing. Just trying to reinforce where hotels are already permitted in the zoning, but giving them a little bit more economic viability through land use policy.
So I've had some questions from members of the public about the figures, the projected demand, just questioning that because there was some information reported about downtown Vancouver's hotel occupancy rates during the Taylor Swift concert being less than one might expect during the demand, that they didn't reach 90%. Even during that very intense weekend of the 3 concerts. So what do you say to people that look at these figures and question whether the demand projection reported is accurate?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's a demand projection out to 2050. So obviously it's uncertain. And, we have a rep from Destination Vancouver who's going to speak in a minute who may want to touch on this. But, some numbers that they provided me, about 60% of the room night demand is Canadian. And of course, we've heard about Canadians intending to stay home more. So there's something there to that. 20% of the demand is USA. We're tracking that with Destination Vancouver. They've noted that there hasn't been a fall off, and that's actually higher than last year for the first few months of the year. 10% from Asia, 5% from Europe. So there is strong global demand. But of course, it is uncertain. It's a long-term projection.
Also, the Labor group that was surveyed suggested that if the city was going to offer incentives, they should involve community benefit agreements. So why are they not considered when they were clearly identified as important by one of the...
Sure. Yeah, so my understanding is, we have a rezoning folks here, that community benefit agreements do apply to large sites. So I think it's 80,000 square foot sites, 2-acre sites, and also sites that have very high density, so over 500,000 square feet of building. So we would have that existing policy would be layered onto the rezoning process here.
I'm pretty new here. Can you explain why spot rezonings aren't adequate?
So we're recommending that they are the tool at this time, right? The individual rezonings with policy that's debated and agreed to by the council to guide the rezonings. Of course, pre-zoning to make it easier for folks to bring forward proposals without having to go through rezoning is obviously the ultimate goal, and we're trying to work to that. But at this time, we're recommending a rezoning policy that would enable individual sites to come forward.
Yeah, and I'd just like to echo my concerns that were raised by other councillors about amping up enforcement of short-term accommodation prohibitions in residential areas, because I've knocked on a lot of doors recently, and I can pretty obviously tell you that there is a lot of short-term accommodation going on in residential areas.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Like I said earlier, one of the things we've heard from our housing policy team, we were trying to find a way through this a balanced approach, right? And they said increasing hotel supply will take pressure off of those illegal short-term rentals. So that's part of what's being proposed here.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, so I think many of my question has been asked. I have some further question here. So my first question is, when we passed this original motion in 2024, the situation is very different because now we have the tariff from the south of the border. It will further escalate the cost, construction cost, material cost, everything. So have we considered or do any evaluation of what is the impact of the tariff on the viability of those hotel projects?
Yeah, I mean, we did a recent update to our economic modeling with our consultants, and they brought the most up-to-date information on construction costs as they could. We think that the mixed-use option in the CBD is going to result in projects coming forward. But of course, the tariffs are quite unpredictable, and we can monitor and adjust if these projects don't come forward.
Okay, so there will be some ongoing evaluation because.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I think you answered the question about short-term rental, which is also my priority. But can you talk about overall what is the impact of building more hotel on the housing market?
Yeah. So. As I've mentioned, our housing policy folks were part of the staff kind of deliberations on what to recommend, and their recommendation was that it would take pressure off of illegal short-term rentals, and that would free up those units for long-term rental supply.
Okay, so other than short-term rentals, any other impact on the overall housing market, not the rental market?
I mean, we're recommending inclusion of housing in the central business district to make these projects more viable, and that will bring more housing supply to that area.
Okay, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
And other questions, is this a guideline or is a hard requirement for all the applications?
This is a policy to guide rezoning applications. So it sets out the city's objectives and priorities for the staff review of site-specific proposals, but it is flexible to accommodate like site-specific constraints.
Okay, so if I understand that correctly, so if there are any project that really meet our council priorities, we can consider those case-by-case basis by relaxing some of the policy.
That's my understanding, yeah, that it is a strong statement of the city's objectives and the balanced approach that we have to those objectives, but of course, individual sites have different constraints, and through a rezoning process, those can be addressed and considered.
Okay, so like including the CBA and the shoulder areas, CBD and the shoulder areas, and also like the Councillor Foy asked the question regarding the healthcare district. So that will be all case taken into consideration regarding the relaxation. If
yeah, the council, we always have the ability to listen to good ideas and to bring those to you for consideration.
Thanks. Okay, my last question is, how do we support those small and medium size of hotel application, especially on the infill side, which, without hotel, they are not going to be developed. How do we support those applications?
Yeah, I mean, the sites that don't qualify for the mixed use based on the provisions that we put in place, they can go ahead under existing zoning. So, they don't need to rezone. They have their development rights based on their existing zoning. And if they did propose rezoning, like I said, we can discuss ways to overcome challenges that might apply to those smaller sites.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question. Thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation and update. Just a couple of follow-up questions. You referenced the further work that's coming around pod hotels. I'm curious if in the task force review, there was further discussion around office conversions, not necessarily pods, because that has been part of the conversation, but what appetite or interest there is in that, given sort of the softening market around the need for office space, and what conversations took place around that.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, 25% of our 4,200 units in the pipeline are office conversions. So, some pretty good interest there. And folks in our development, building, and licensing team have supported those projects to move forward.
Okay, and that was, 25% of the
4,200.
4,200 in the pipeline. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's interesting. I was also curious about what you heard in terms of the more contactless, staffless model of hotels. Again, because at times we've heard concerns over affordability in terms of room rates. And so what kind of discussions took place around that? And do we see anything like that in the pipeline?
Yeah, it's a mix, right? We know that technology is important in the modern world, and especially if there's labor shortages and technology is needed to help overcome that. But what we did here, and maybe the speaker from Destination Vancouver may want to also comment on this, is folks are interested in human-to-human contact when they go to a strange city to stay in a hotel. So we don't expect the fully automated hotels to become the norm. We expect that there be a diversity, and hotels with staff would be a big part of that.
Okay, and then I'm curious, just overall, what the task force heard in terms of public feedback, in terms of hotel stays here in Vancouver, the opportunities, but also the challenges. And then looking at the maps that you showed, whether there was any other consideration around hotels located on what are going to be more rapid transit routes in the future. And so just if you could speak to both those issues, is what we've heard from the public, and then rapid transit routes.
Yeah, certainly price point is a concern, right? We're hearing that folks are not staying as long as they'd like to, or not coming. So a way to get at the price point is diversity of location, right, outside of downtown. So the rezoning policy includes opportunities for hotels at rapid transit stations, the blue dots on the map there, as well as Broadway corridor, and our commercial high streets outside of those areas. So we're trying to encourage that diversity.
Okay, thank you. I think that's almost my time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Corbian, second round.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to go back to Saul and our building official with respects to just giving you some time to provide a bit more response on that answer around pod hotels and triggering floors and building code, because I'd like to sort of understand where we're at, because I'm hearing from a lot of enthusiastic applicants that it's a barrier.
We try not to make it so. But a 3-year occupancy is defined as temporary under the building bylaw, and for 3 years we can waive or defer any upgrades that may be required. If they want to go beyond those 3 years, then we need to look at what kind of upgrades the building needs to meet the bylaw, and we work with them to come up with something that works. But we're not applying. We're not doing seismic upgrades for the whole building anymore. We're not.
Okay.
We're keeping it to the suite.
So you kind of hit the crux of it there, because what I'm hearing is that for the capital investment that is required to deliver a quality room product that people want to stay in, that they cannot, see the return on that. It's not financially viable for 3 years. They need 5, 6, 7, right? In terms of hotels are typically long payback periods. You have, as we've heard, uncertainty around occupancy and rates. So do we have an ability to extend that beyond the 3 years for the micro
In yeah, in some cases, yes. And so much of it depends on the building. And just remember, this is all about safety. These are, buildings that weren't built for people to sleep in. Office buildings have, fewer provisions for fire code. Offices, people come in every day and they're usually awake and sober, and that's not often the case in hotels so there's greater fire separations between floors that are required. There's, exiting provisions that have to be met. But if those are already in place in a building, then it wouldn't have to be upgraded.
So I guess is the answer then just in sort of layman's terms that it has to be on a case-by-case basis? Is there a happy medium that it could be 5 years, or do you have to literally go?
We'll look at it more. And as we see more of these, we'll be able to come with some strategies. But right now, unfortunately, it is kind of a case-by-case basis based on the subject building.
What are, in terms of the work the staff are doing, are you looking at other cities and jurisdictions that have these properties? I'm thinking a lot of American cities and others that have older built form than we do, and typically older buildings, and they have lots of this product.
Yeah, we do a jurisdictional scan as part of the work that we're doing. Yeah.
And what do we learn so far? What are we seeing in terms of how they handle it?
For most parts, I think they're doing things much like we are.
But is their timeline not different? I'm hearing that their timelines are quite different potentially than what.
That I can't speak to. As far as their permitting timelines, I can't speak to that.
Will we be able to get some of that information back when staff are proposing regulatory changes? Because it occurs to me that we can learn from others that have done a lot of this work before.
We can certainly look at that in conjunction with planning. The motion that we brought about the building bylaw and pod hotels last year, we mentioned that the flexibility was there. But now at this 3-year versus 5-year or 7-year is an issue, we can certainly go back and revisit that.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. Appreciate the work.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And curious a little bit about the industrial hotel kind of option. And I think Councillor Bly started to touch on some of this. And I know that so there is some limitations within I see the opportunity for the mixed use industrial model. I know there was an applicant who kind of was sniffing around last term with that very model, and I think it didn't happen during COVID. But it's quite restricted. Am I reading this correctly, that it's really just restricted to a few areas in Mount Pleasant, and then in Fairview, it's talking about full replacement of industrial with no minimum industrial? Is that?
Yeah, for Mount Pleasant Industrial, we were thinking that it would make a good transition use along the edges from the residential outside to the core industrial on the inside. So that's the recommendation for Mount Pleasant. And yeah, in the Broad Slopes area, it can be 100% hotel. Is that correct?
Just to add to that, Councillor, the Broad Slopes area is a mixed employment area. It's not designated industrial under the regional growth strategy, so there aren't industrial requirements underlying it. So it's a bit of a different case than the Mount Pleasant industrial area.
Oh, so Fairview is considered Burrard Slope?
Yeah, Burrard Slopes or the Fairview area, that is mixed employment versus industrially designated.
So in the Mount Pleasant, because it seems that you've just done it on the edges and not in the interior, is there options for possibly exploring more in the, because as I recall, the proposal that we had seen kind of contemplated was more within the Mount Pixel kind of area, still maintained industrial use, but had some hotel, but it wouldn't be compliant with the map that you've presented. Is there flexibility?
It's not part of the recommendation, right? We know that Mount Pleasant is a heavy lifter in terms of core employment space, right? People want to be there, want to build there. And so we were just introducing this along the edges as a transition use. But as I mentioned in response to other questions, if folks bring us good ideas, we can evaluate them and discuss them with council.
Okay, so there is a window. Okay, all right, that's good, thank you. So, and just to follow up, theoretically, it could be out, so by that same token, could be beyond Mount Pleasant, even if we're looking at, say, in the flats, that kind of area.
Yeah, that's not part of the recommendation today, but like I say, it could be considered as part of a kind of non-compliant rezoning process where it would eventually come to council for a deliberation.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to point out this part of the report that says Vancouver's tourism industry faces challenges related to street conditions. Stafford calls to relocate social services example, safe injection sites to help revitalize neighborhoods for tourists. Was this just something that was heard and heard by the industry, or is this reflected somewhere specifically in policy, or would this be like on a case by case basis?
It was something that came up in our stakeholder interviews, the 54 interviews. I think it's in the appendix where you found it there, which is the summary of the engagement. And we just felt that we had to include it for council's awareness that folks who are looking to build hotels were concerned about those issues. So it's not really related to the types of policies that are being recommended today in terms of development and building, but obviously we have other policies for council to debate with respect to security and street issues.
So it would come up in a different.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So this is the end of the speaker list from the council. So now we're going to hear from the registered public speaker for this report. The first registered speaker is Royce Kowin. I saw Royce is in the council chamber. Please go ahead, Royce. You have 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Council. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak here. Our hotel sector is at a tipping point to keep pace with rising demand. Destination Vancouver first identified several years ago that our city needs approximately 10,000 new rooms by 2050. Now, that's not a distant problem. It's already limiting our ability to attract major conferences, support large events, and meet the demands and needs of both visitors and residents. Compounding the issue is a decline in hotel supply. It is interesting to note that we have the same rooms today as we had in 2002. Meanwhile, our competitive cities have been building accommodations, frequently running circles around us on the development cycle. Our recent report, the Hotel Community Impact Assessment, an outcome of the Hotel Development Task Force, outlines clear recommendations, as you saw, to close that gap. If realized, new hotels could deliver more than 5,400 direct hospitality jobs, up to 8,000 indirect jobs, and more than $200 million in annual tax revenue. Currently, larger hotels in Vancouver contribute upwards of $2 million a year in property tax. Smaller hotels between $650,000 and to $800,000 annually, stable reoccurring revenues that fund city services, infrastructure, and public amenities. Hotels, of course, are economic infrastructure, but ultimately hospitality and tourism is fundamentally about people. Hotels provide long-term stable employment. You may be surprised to learn that many of the city's hotel housekeepers, for example, average more than 12 years of service. Hotels, of course, are deeply integrated into our city's social fabric. Every year, local organizations rely on hotel space for events, fundraisers, and community gatherings. And demand isn't just from leisure and business travelers from outside the region. Local demand plays a critical role. Just one example, did you know that in 2022, Vancouver hospitals performed 465 organ transplants with 34% of patients coming from outside the Lower Mainland? Each of those patients is required to stay near, but not in, the hospital for up to 3 months. That equates to about 13,000 room nights annually just from transplant-related stays. Hotels fill that gap quietly but critically alongside patients' families and other medical travelers, and I do know about this firsthand. Our report is based on 5 hotel typologies, each designed to meet different business needs and fit appropriately within specific neighborhood contexts. And the suggested models reflect Vancouver's diverse urban landscape and ensure that hotel development supports, rather than disrupts, the communities in which they're built. As you saw, 22 hotel projects now, up from 9 when we started this work over a year ago, a clear indication of pent-up demand. The real estate market shifts have made hotel development potentially more viable, but capital is mobile and opportunity won't wait. By approving these recommendations, we can move from analysis to action, build the hotel capacity that Vancouver needs, generating lasting economic and social benefits, and ensure we remain a resilient, welcoming city for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Royce. The second speaker is John Stowell. Is John on the line?
Speaker 2 is not on the line.
Okay, we're going to come back to speaker number 2. Speaker number 3, Arnold Mattis. Is Arnold on the line? Please go ahead,
Yeah.
Arnold. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Arnold Mattis. I'm an architect and resident in the city of Vancouver. We're currently working on at least 6 hotel projects in and around Vancouver. So I'm speaking in strong support today of this initiative. It's been a long time coming, and we congratulate staff in their hard work in putting this policy forward today. There are just 2 areas that I wanted to focus on in the policy report to council today that maybe could have a bit of a adjustment or a bit of a revision to. The first area we're sort of suggesting on page 6, the transit-oriented areas seem to be limited to 100% commercial and Tier 1 areas only. And we're sort of suggesting that if that could be expanded to up to Tier 3 with a bit more flexibility, that might help some projects move forward. The other area in particular is section 721, page 7, where there's a section relating to tower separation. This is more problematic. So the city of Vancouver already has a lot of regulation guidelines around tower separation. Putting it into the hotel policy in particular, where we know already that there are some projects that haven't met this in the past and have been relaxed with tighter building separation. We're not sure why, for example, under 721B, the 80-foot tower separation is so strongly kind of etched into this policy. I think what we're looking for, what we hope for, is more flexibility in the interpretation of tower separation, and maybe looking at other livability measures such as daylight angles, things like that probably would be a little bit more flexible in allowing some of the tower projects to move forward with especially hotels in combination with residential towers to move forward, and even standalone mid-rise hotel options where they're going above the standard sort of 70-foot podium height. So we're hoping to see a bit more flexibility around the tower separation policy, at least the way it's written in the report. And again, I appreciate all the work that's been done, and we're strongly supporting this initiative going forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Arnold. The next speaker is number 4, Matthew DiMarchi. In person? I don't see him. Can you confirm, Clark?
Speaker 4 is not on the line either.
Okay, thanks. We're going to come back. Speaker number 5 is Joanna Kwong. In person? Yeah. Please go ahead, Joanna. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, councils. My name is Joanna Kwan. I'm with Reliance Properties. John Stovall, speaker number 2, he cannot make it today, so I'll be here representing Reliance Properties. Thanks. I'll start with thanking staff, the Hotel Policy Task Force, for working hard in the last year and a half to produce this report. I'm here to support the hotel policy, development policy. In reading the report, I have some questions about the Appendix B, so I want to bring that to the attention. In Appendix B, Section 7.2, which is similar to what speaker number 3 has brought out, there is an introduction of tower separation rules. In 7.2.B, it's saying that residential to hotel separation need to be 80 feet. Considering the hotel design form is part of a commercial design, there's no balcony requirement, there's no operable window in most of the time. So in introducing extra tower separation may create some hardship and confusion in future development. Especially this is referring to the interim policy that's allowing the consideration of residential and hotel development in the CBD certain area. And then also in item number 7.2.2, if I'm reading it correctly, what it's saying is that it would impose a 60-foot tower separation within the property line of the potential site in the CBD. Now, if you kind of follow the logic to it, the minimum frontage requirement is 150 feet. And if you're looking at a mid-block site in CBD, 150 feet, you impose 60 feet on one side, like between two office buildings, 60 feet, and then another 60 feet. 150 minus 60 is only 30 foot left for the residential floor plate. So it's actually not possible for residential development. Typically, we're looking at roughly 75, 80 feet kind of size, the width for a floor plate. So there is very well-established tower separation rules that we all follow. One general way we look at it is that we go 50-50 with the site next door, and I think that would be something that we like to have council consider, maybe make some minor amendment to this policy to relax the tower separation. It's just that in this world of uncertainties right now, things are so confusing, and having these extra rules within the policy may be a little bit confusing. Anyways, that's my point here. Once again, we really appreciate the work that the Hotel Policy Task Force has been doing, and appreciate the city considering the hotel policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. The next speaker is Carrie Bonis. Yeah, please go ahead, Carrie.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Zhu and respected councilors. My name is Kerry Bonis of Bonis Properties. I'm speaking on behalf of our company today. I commend council and city staff for moving forward with this proposal. It's great. We absolutely need hotels. We have a major concern, and as drafted and as proposed, our understanding is that only area F is for the relaxation on the site requirements. For the hotel residential, it's stating otherwise that there's a minimum site area of 18,000 square feet and 150-foot frontage minimum. This immensely limits and restricts the number of sites that can be developed in the downtown peninsula. There are very few sites this size. Assembling sites to this size may not be possible or take years to get done. So in actuality, we won't see the results of what's intended here. Also, we're concerned with, the original vernacular, the language of architecture in the streetscape of Vancouver is based on 25, 33, 50, 75, and 100-foot wide properties, and that diversity adds for, lots of different commercial retail uses and variety. And, having this Lego sort of, monolithic 150-foot frontage doesn't allow for that, and is actually antithetical to our history. And I think that's a bad idea. We need to have diverse streetscapes, and we can achieve the hotel goals and let market dictate what the size is, not have this like one size prescribing. And then second to that concern, we'd also like that the interim residential and hotel policy to be expanded to include Granville Street. Granville Street, all the hotels have been removed. There was no public consultation. The province forced its will. The city acquiesced and actually allowed for change of use from hotel to residential, which would never have been allowed for any other people. We need hotels back on Granville Street. We need policy that allows for this. What's proposed here does not include the K zones, and where I see the footnote, it says 75% of FSR is required to do it. That won't make it viable, and so we need policy that's going to actually allow for the return of hotels on Granville Street. We'd like to see the CBD Shoulder District be expanded to include this area, and if you have any questions about the viability, please ask me so I can explain it further, because my time is up now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Carrie. So this is the end of the. I'm gonna go back to the. I think speaker number 2 will not be here, but I'm gonna still ask as a procedure question. Speaker number 2 is here or not?
No, not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 4.
No, not on the line.
Okay, thanks, clerk. All right, so this is the end
Chair,
of
can I
our
just-
public speakers list.
Chair, may I just, on a point of procedure, I just noted the last speaker asked to be asked a question. Could you just remind speakers the process that, the procedure around that, just so that it's very clear? Because I think there was a sort of an ask for a question, but we can't ask questions.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Blythe. A very good reminder. So speakers, so we are not allowed to ask questions to the public speakers, but during the question and comments period, some councillor may ask the question on behalf of you. Okay, thank you. So this is the end of our public speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to council. Would someone like to move a motion?
I'd like to move the recommendations, Chair. I'm on the queue to move the recommendations.
Okay, so
And
moved by
then-
Councillor Kirby-Young, and we need a
Sorry,
seconder.
And then
Can
I would,
I,
I have the queue at the moment.
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, just give me a moment, unless it's a point of personal privilege.
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay, please go ahead.
We do not have access to our email at the moment.
Oh.
So we would like a copy of the amendments that have been, sorry about that.
That's a very legitimate question. Okay, so perhaps we should take a very quick recess
And
to make sure
Chair?
that the new councillor received the.
Chair, can we just clarify where we are in the procedure before we take that recess? I just want to clarify that I'm moving the recommendations, and do we have a seconder? And then clarify for the record before we take the break that I'm also on the queue with the intention of moving those amendments, just so that everybody's clear where we are before we take that break to
Sounds good,
ensure our
yeah.
new councillors have the information.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. So it was moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Okay, so let's do a 5 minutes quick recess to make sure our new councillors
Great, thank
receive
you.
the language, receive the email access. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. We're going to be back at 10:55. Remind everyone, point of procedure. All good? Perfect. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's in the question queue now. Yeah, let's move to the main queue. Kirby Young, Maloney, and me. Perfect. Okay, I'll repeat myself. So I just want to remind everyone that for the on the point of privilege, you can interrupt anytime. So just let our new counselors know. And for the point of procedure, you have to be on the queue to speak. Okay. All right, so let's continue. It was moved and seconded. Councilor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Um, so, sorry, there is a queue. Can we just follow the queue and the procedure? I hear Councillor Bly wanting to jump in, but you're
Sorry, it's just a-
clarifying you need to have the queue for a point of procedure. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, Councilor Bly, you have a.
Can I have my time? Can I have my time stop while I'm being? Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead, Councilor Kirby Young. Please go ahead.
Can I have my time reset, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry,
All right.
so we'll have to reset your timer. Clerk, can you help to reset the timer?
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah, there we go.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I want to thank staff for the fulsome work on this. I'm going to just, I have submitted some amendments, and I just want to kind of provide some context and speak to those. It was, I think, a really noteworthy statement by the CEO of Destination Vancouver that we have had the same number of hotel rooms since 2002. It's 2025. That's a generation. Imagine if we had the same amount of housing with the population growth. And so there's been a lot of compression. I really appreciate the recognition now of the economic and unique challenges around building hotels and that particular form of commercial development, and all of the work on the report. It's been a year and a half coming. And so I think that we've got some good advice from the Hotel Task Force. I know a lot of us interact with a lot of those individuals on a regular basis and hear from them. And I think that there's some low-hanging fruit and immediate opportunities in order to keep advancing this work and ensure that I think it was framed as analysis, not action, to move forward. So I don't know if you want to move us to an amendment queue, Chair, but I can speak to the amendments.
Okay, I'll add you there. Please add yourself in the amendment queue.
Great, thanks. So Council has a copy of these amendments, and they go through a few different components. Recommendation A, and I'm not going to read all of the language, I'm just going to paraphrase some of it because it's lengthy, is with respects to the current CAC contributions, and I recognize that we're moving to ACCs, but this is also a time-bound policy for 3 years, and we have a number of projects that we need to move forward now that are, quite frankly, having challenges. The report, I think, was rosy in suggesting that we have 4,200 hotel rooms. I really hope that those come to fruition, but I think what we heard is that only 1,300 of them currently are. And there's a lot of real specifics, and where really the rubber hits the road is when they get into the financial lending component. And so similar to what is done for residential, where community and amenity rooms are exempted from CACs, that component of the FSR, and same with commercial, with the commercial linkage fees with respects to amenities. And proposing, like, we're hearing this, we don't need to go back to the Hotel Task Force. We're hearing this already, that this is a needed component. So this one suggests that the spaces that are considered to be the non-revenue generating or amenity components are excluded from the FSR. B goes on to really talk about that tower separation piece. I think what's interesting about hotels is that unlike office today, where Class A is demanding large floor plates, quality spaces, they require a significant frontage, that hotels actually have the ability, I think, to deliver a lot of that interesting character and infill that creates interesting cities. If you look at a lot of older cities, they can adapt and use smaller sites in a way that a lot of larger buildings simply cannot. And so again, there's a lot of interest around projects that are moving forward, but they are hung up on with these particular components with the frontage component. And so that really speaks to, I should say the separation component from the 80 to the 60 feet. That's referenced a couple of times. The other area is something that was referenced by Councillor Fly. I think you termed it, I'm paraphrasing, but pixel gate or a pixel, yeah, thank you. Around sort of in Mount Pleasant, and particularly along West 2nd, again, where the commercial use that is enabled now with our modernized industrial policy, above industrial, retains the industrial use, but can add hotel in addition on the top. And there's some real opportunities there along West 2nd that I think would be complementary. So that's what C speaks to. D recognizes marine landing specifically as another opportunity around a transit-oriented area there, and the ability to consider, again, sort of opportunities there. So that's a bit of the rationale. If I was to sum it all up, this is about seizing the opportunity to move forward on the development of desperately needed hotels and some unaddressed blocks that are impeding hotels proposals coming forward and being realized. It is not a lack of interest, which I think is a real positive, since Council has very fulsomely, this Council, signaled its intention to support tourism as a really important economic contributor, a creator of jobs, a creator of supporting our cultural fabric, our sports, our cultural and business sector. But we need to clear some of these roadblocks and get things moving. We can't study things for another year. We'll have some additional positive components coming forward from staff, but we need to get some of these projects moving. So I can sort of speak further in detail, but I think that provides, enough background at this point in terms of the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clausen?
Yeah,
speak to the amendment?
just as a quick
Oh,
point.
sorry. So we need a seconder for this amendment.
Second.
Second by Councillor Clausen. Please go ahead, Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, I didn't see Councillor Kirby-Young on the amendment queue, but that's fine. She was able to speak. Just a very quick remarks that I'd like to support and thank Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing these forward. We are in I think, a really new paradigm when it comes to the economic future of our city. It has been patently clear that not having enough hotel supply has hobbled the potential of our city. It is an incredibly attractive and safe global destination for people to come visit, recreate, do business, and seek services such as healthcare. And so having the kind of flexibility that some of these items incorporate into the proposed policy, I think will go a further measure to try and make sure that hotel rooms do get built, they do succeed, and have the sort of tangible benefits that come right through our economy. We know we've just recently announced a new economic growth task force, and I think Mr. Schwinn is also going to be a part of that task force. And I think it's really important that we lean in and make sure that we support the construction of new hotel rooms in all capacities. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of the policy and the work by staff. This is a far-reaching and sweeping amendment, so I'm curious. First off, maybe Chair, through you to the city manager, has this amendment? This is a substantial amendment. Has this been vetted with staff? And by that token, perhaps if staff can speak to a few of the pieces to it.
Through the chair. So staff have had a chance to look at this amendment, and subject to the chair's amenability, we could address any points of information.
Sure. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, and first off, I would like to highlight that I find this last-minute massive amendment to be counter to the kind of open meeting principle and like how we should do business. But leaving that aside, the carve out of commercial linkages for various different kind of back of house and meeting spaces and that kind of thing. What does that look like? Is that potentially a big deal? Because I would imagine these are big footprints, and we wouldn't necessarily, exempt other big meeting spaces or event spaces from commercial linkages if they were to pop up without a hotel.
No. Can we turn on the mic, please?
So thank you for that. We certainly heard through our work to date that the hotels are at a disadvantage in terms of having to provide back of house spaces that don't provide revenue, and also that ballrooms and meeting spaces are important to our ability to attract events. But in checking this with our kind of finance and growth team yesterday, they did note that this would be a change in terms of the types of things that we count as a public benefit. It's certainly very needed. We heard that through the process, but it would be a change in policy.
And how does back of house not provide revenue? I mean, is it not how they generate revenue ultimately through back of house?
Yeah, we've just heard that hotels need back of house. The other thing I would point out is that in our downtown ODP, we have a bonus for hotels. Hotels are allowed to be 15% larger than other buildings. So through our future work with the task force, we can look at adjusting that up to make hotels even more competitive for projects that aren't pursuing rezoning. So there is that tool as well.
Okay, and sorry, because this is all coming to me for the first time. The amendment that suggests at 3.12B for corner sites that achieve acceptable urban design performance, how much of a divergence from the policy is that?
So what we tried to put in place was a minimum site size and frontage that would allow the setback between the residential component of the residential tower to the adjacent site to be the full 60 feet on the applicant's site. That would then preserve the ability for the adjacent site to be 100% commercial office building out to the property line, which is what kind of the vision for the CBD is has been. So that's where the 18,000 square foot comes from. this would relax that, I suppose. Yeah.
Right, so does it preclude limits per block, or does this add more, like, as far as tower setbacks and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, acceptable urban design performance would still mean an analysis of what the tower proposal means for the rest of the block and livability and separation. So that would have to be part of the rezoning reviews. But it would certainly add a little bit more complexity to the types of sites that we would get and we would be reviewing if smaller sites were to come forward.
I mean, I have some more questions on this, but I'm running out of time, so maybe I'll move for a second round of questions on this, if that's...
Yep. So second by Councillor Klaassen.
And
all in favor say yeah.
And
procedurally, okay, can we check, clerk, if procedurally we are allowed to ask second round question in the amendment?
My clock's still running in any event.
Okay, so let's do a short 2 minutes recess because clerks are dealing with something else. Yeah, okay.
I mean, these are big changes. Yeah. I don't like how this kind of goes out. It's like so well formed. These are well, and changing the residential hotel.
Yeah.
Those are big.
Yeah, and
and
the
like
reports come forward.
Yeah.
None of this.
Yeah. It is, yeah.
So, yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
You know, let's find something.
All right, so just get some clarification from our clerk. So based on the procedure bylaw 8.8, it can speaking to motion during debate, a council member must not speak to motion for more than 5 minutes unless council resolved to permit the member 5 minutes extension. So it is possible, and we just need to vote on that. Second by Councillor Dominado. All in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, thank you. The motion carries. So let's continue. So Councillor Fry, you have another 5 minutes. So I'm going to move you back to the queue later. Okay, Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. So a point of information through you, Chair, is I'm just digesting these amendments. So just specifically on the CAC component under recommendation A, was this something that staff considered during your work in response to the motion that was brought forward that sort of guided this work? Because this would be seen as a real change in terms of how we would approach a public amenity that is wholly private commercial space in the hotel form.
Yeah, I actually, I don't think that this came up before earlier this week, to be honest. I don't think it was raised.
Have we looked
as
at
a-
this in any other?
This approach.
Yeah, have we looked at this in any other form, or have we ever been asked by for application of any other nature to consider wholly private space to be considered a public amenity?
Chris Robertson, Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. I can answer no, we haven't at this point in time.
Okay, there's no sort of additional guidance you can offer that would provide any confidence that this isn't a slippery slope, like we would start to get all sorts of requests around privately owned space, could be sort of like 5 degrees of separation rationale to be a public benefit, but like it's truly not a public benefit?
Yeah, I think that would be actually staff's advice, is that that there is some risk here with moving there.
Okay. Well, then, I can get into the identification of the 9.8.5 sites fronting West 2nd. I know this is also industrial area that has an enormous amount of pressure right now. That hotel or that office is not penciling out for some of these projects. I fully support us opening up to look at ways for us to enable more rental housing on these sites, more options on these sites. But this is an amendment that, other than a few pieces of it, which I think are less, I'm happy with the corner site change. I think that, I do like the idea of more boutique hotels, being able to do more with more flexibility around that 150-foot frontage limitation. But generally speaking, I think these amendments are out of line with what we should be endorsing at a municipal level in terms of negotiated public benefits. And this doesn't benefit the public in the spirit, I think, of what a community amenity contribution or whatever the future program looks like. And I cannot defend a decision to support this when staff have said, yes, there's risk associated with this. And this, while I fully support more hotels across the city, I think there's a lot of ways to get there. This is 100% a slippery slope where we are facing a $500 million deficit in our capital plan, of which CACs pay for amenities or renewal of amenities. There's going to be residential components as part of these hotels. This to me is just an incredibly slippery slope. And after all of the work that staff have put in with the task force, for this to come in as a sort of political amendment, I would have to say, I just feel is inappropriate. So I'll leave it there. I'm not going to support the amendments as they've been brought forward.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, I have a question to the mover of the amendment, and then I also have a point of parliamentary procedure. So just to Councillor Kirby-Yung, in bringing forward these amendments, can you just comment on how they've been informed in terms of the different elements and whether the task force played any role in that?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Yeah, they are coming directly from industry, and I think that we have to recognize it's not dissimilar to the commercial linkage fee discussion and the fact that we exempt. Let me put it this way. Yes, they are informed by the Hotel Task Force, long-standing, many conversations with diverse and a number of different industry groups. I attended a meeting of the task force last Monday, I believe, when they were sharing a pre-copy of the report that was going to be released. And this was a live subject of conversation at that point and something that has been brought up consistently. I think what we're trying to do here is modernize the hotel policy. We have recognized in terms of the challenge of building rental housing, for example, where we exempt CACs, that was needed to get that type of development moving. And I think what this says very fundamentally and simply is that in the commercial sector, hotels are the more difficult to build. It's more difficult than office. And so there is sort of an analogy in terms of the commercial linkage fee and exclusions. We're talking about a distinction. They would still generate a CAC, transition to an ACC, et cetera. It's just what is simply calculated within those fees that could actually make it economically viable to build them. If we don't get any of these built, anything else I think is really on paper. So I want to save your time, and I can answer any follow-up questions, but hopefully that addresses.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And just through you, Chair, is just noting a point of parliamentary procedure. And it is just to remind Council that that bringing and tabling amendments at Council does not run contrary to the open meeting principle. In fact, this is the place where we deliberate, we bring amendments and motions, and we deliberate on them in public. And so just noting, because there was a comment that this was running contrary to the open meeting principle, Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, but in fact, she is tabling it here in the public meeting, which is exactly where she should be doing it and having discourse and debate, and there is plenty of opportunity to ask questions or take recesses as needed. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor Dominado. Well taken. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, you are next.
I'll hold. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney? Yeah, you can speak now. Yeah, it's on.
Great, thanks. So I'm very concerned about the amendment that we've only just been presented with because we didn't have access to our email this morning. I feel ill-equipped on the spot to deal with it, and I would like this item to be deferred to a future meeting so that we have a proper chance to consider the implications of these recommended amendments.
Okay, so you are asking to defer this amendment to future meetings?
The whole matter.
The whole report or the?
Yeah, the whole report.
The whole report?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need some help procedurally here, so yeah. Okay, so let's take a 2 minutes recess for this referral. Maloney, you have to submit the refer motion by email, so we receive the language. Yeah, yeah. So let's take a recess to see what we can do here. Okay, so let's go back. Did that amendment has been circulated to everyone? Show on the screen. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, perfect. So let's bring the screen. All right, so Councillor Maloney, you can speak to your amendment. Please go ahead. Oh, we need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councillor Orr. Yeah, make that bigger, please. And then please go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
So my proposal is that report 1 be postponed to the council meeting on May the 6th, 2025, so that new councillors have time to properly consider the significant amendments proposed to the recommendations.
Okay, so let me move you to the amendment Q2. Okay, so you can add yourself there. Okay, I'll advance Councillor Maloney first.
So I feel as though these amendments are very consequential, and we would like to have time to consider them and their effect on revenue raising by the city, which is obviously a very an issue of concern, particularly given the competing priorities that we have for funding in the city. We would like more time to consider also how the amendments fit in with the report recommendations.
Thank you. Anyone else on this referral amendment? Councillor Orr?
Yeah, I'd just like to second that. Just out of respect for all the hard work done on this report. It seems very thorough, and then I would like to just give it the full attention that it deserves, and really go through it and understand it properly, to be able to vote on it. Thank you.
Thanks. Seeing no one else on the queue, Councillor Fry, you want to speak to this?
It is unfortunate because I think this is important work.
Yes.
I do respect that this is a sweeping amendment that I would have loved to see a referral of the amendment rather than the entire motion, because I think that the bulk of the motion is worth pursuing. But I totally appreciate that this is a substantive amendment and the new councillors may be struggling with it. So I'm indeed struggling with whether to support this referral for the entire, or Chair, if it is possible to amend this referral. I don't know that we can amend a referral, can we?
I do that, clerk. Amend the referral amendment.
Yeah, because I mean, what I would like to see is refer this amendment so that we can actually.
So can you confirm that, clerk?
We have to vote on this one.
Yeah, so let's just give clerk 2 minutes.
Because this is the amendment 2 on the queue, the amendment would either have to be struck down or withdrawn in order to revise it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, clerk. Councillor Fry, you want?
No, I'm going to hold off for a second. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. I just briefly wanted to comment. I do appreciate that we have new councillors in the chamber. And I know there is a steep learning curve that comes having sat around this table for a number of years. That being said, this work was put in motion over 2 years ago, and I think we've heard very clearly from the task force and other representatives of the tourism sector how important it is that we advance this work to enable more hotel spaces. We have major events coming to our city. We're wanting to draw attraction in terms of conferences, and so I'd like to see this work advance. So in that regard, I wouldn't support a postponement at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I can appreciate also, I remember those are my first days on council and there's a lot to learn. It's overwhelming. I know that it was a choice of the new councillors-elect because the anticipated swearing-in date was going to be before the May 6th council meeting, so they could join to provide more time for training and gear up, but that was a choice that's made. We're on report 1 of a very full agenda today. We're going to have a lot of sort of weighty items for council to consider, including in camera, which councillors can't get till they're sworn in. But again, choices are made, and when you're here, we get a lot of things that come at us, and we hear a lot of different feedback, including from speakers. So I agree with Councillor Dominato. I think we need to move this forward and the rest of the business. We're at about 11:30 now. We're on report 1. So I'm hopeful that we can get through some of the administrative components and get onto the meat of some of the reports today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly?
Yeah, I think it's just important to highlight where I'm hearing the request for the referral coming from is around the amendment, not the report. The report's been available online for 5 days. I trust that the new councillors have read that report and reviewed all of the material. Because of the significance of the amendment and how far of a distance that is from what we would normally understand is to be a CAC as just one specific component of it has ramifications, as was identified by Councillor Maloney, at a time when we are under immense financial pressure. And so the decision there is not being taken lightly. So, I mean, first of all, you know, kudos to the new councillors for having the assertiveness to actually do the job that they were elected to do, which is to ask for the ability to deliberate appropriately with time. Let's just remember they are without email. So, you know, were they given this amendment in advance, they could have probably spent some more time meeting with staff and understanding the implication, but they weren't. They were given the amendment, like myself and I believe Councillor Fry, in chambers this morning. So, and it is incredibly significant and probably leading off those of us that are more experienced in chambers and our comments. I can appreciate even that on its own is reason for pause. So I think upholding the integrity of this chambers means also respecting everybody's role and that every single vote matters. And so for those reasons, I'll support this referral because I don't think that a couple of weeks is going to make a difference to whether or not we can supply hotel rooms faster. It doesn't undermine the work of staff and the important work of the task force. And I recognize I too would be happy to support the work as presented by staff without this amendment, but that's not what the option we have before us. The option we have before us is to allow us a short amount of time to the next council meeting to ensure that every single member here fully understands what they would be voting on. And that is the integrity of this chamber, and that needs to be upheld. And I think everyone, including the chair, needs to remember what that role is, separate from partisanship, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So just remind everyone, this referral report is for the report. It's not for the amendment. So just want to be everyone very clear. It's about the report. Okay, all right. So seeing no one else on the queue right now, so let's vote for this referral amendment. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Council, please register your vote. Again, we are voting the referral report. Councillor Montague. We can't hear you, Councillor Montague. You're on mute.
Sorry, Chair. I did register a vote, but if it didn't come through, if the clerk could give me a vote assist in opposition, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this referral This referral amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Meissner in opposition. Councillor Meissner is online? Something not right. Yeah, where?
Chair, I'm wondering if my registered vote went to Councillor Meisner
Oh,
for
there
some
we
strange
go.
reason.
I think that's the reason. Okay, okay, that's the reason. So we may mark Councillor Meissner as absent. Okay, sure. Okay, so it's fine. So Councillor Meissner, this vote will be changed in the minutes. All right. So let's go back to amendment Q1. Councillor Maloney, you have anything else to say? Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, I'm all good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Oh, this is my second round of questions, so I might just let, I see Councillor Orr's on the queue, and I'll let him go first.
Okay, Councillor Klassen, you are second
Klassen
round
as
or
well.
first round? I don't remember.
Thanks, Chair. And again, Council has some limited tools. And again, I'm going to go back to the discussion around economic development and the trajectory the province is on and the country. And as it affects here in our city right now, I do believe that we are in a fairly precarious situation. We're seeing travel being upheaval around where stays are happening, visits to the country in both here and abroad. And when I look at things like conference room, meeting facilities, I think we're all very familiar how those facilities are a huge draw and a huge attraction. In fact, we can't even fit enough people into them, especially for hosting events like Web Summit and having other major events that we're trying to attract to this. And we have a whole infrastructure in the city that is around trying to attract global conferences, and global business, and really putting Vancouver on the world stage in terms of the offerings of not only tourism but business opportunities. And this strikes me as very aligned with those goals. And again, it's really, I think, incumbent upon council to assess risk and then put risk in front of benefit. And I believe that the benefits outweigh the risks in this situation. I think this is a policy, once it comes forward, it will be evaluated. Future councils will have the ability to comment on it and look at the results of it. And if there is any sense that these policies do not work, then the future councils will be able to take a look at that and say, we'd like to pull that back. But right now, I see this as one of many measures that we could be doing as a city to try and make sure that we strengthen our economy, create jobs, and make sure that people are able to take advantage of the great city that we are in terms of being able to visit and do business. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
The queue to speak to the amendment?
The amendment.
Okay. I meant it for the Councillor Maloney's, but I will just echo the concern of the point A being very sweeping in terms of setting a precedence around changing community amenity contributions and carving out that space as a private entity. Just want to echo those concerns. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I mean, and again, my concerns stem from the fact that these aren't referring back to staff to do some additional work. These are actual very concrete amendments, and I don't know what the implications are. I don't know that staff have necessarily been afforded an opportunity to talk about what some of the implications are. So we've obviously touched on the commercial linkage CAC piece. I'm wondering, Chair, if through you I could ask some more points of information of staff, because again, some brand new stuff that we're just seeing for the first time in the last half hour. The bit about residential hotels from 80 feet to 60 feet, what does that mean in the context of the work that you've done already? And again, appreciating that you may be seeing this for the first time today.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor. Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. There's the change from tower floor plates expressed in two ways here in B and C that we might maybe seek a bit of clarification from the mover. One proposes to concretely move it from an 80 foot to 60 foot separation. C seems to, maybe it just needs cleaning up in the wording, but seems to be expressed like a range. I'm not sure that's the intent. One thing I will say about tower separation, some of our advice back was the standards that are expressed in the hotel report are a mirror image of our citywide development standard. And so our advice has been to date that those are best adjudicated through the citywide development guide work that's happening already today and coming forward to council in a couple stages between 2025 and 2026. But they are standards, right? We have a suite of rules that range from guidelines that are more flexible to standards that are strong principles, but nevertheless still have some flexibility on a side-by-side basis. And then we have regulations that are more rigid without flexibility. Tower floor plates, or excuse me, tower separation falls on these in the middle of that spectrum in terms of standards. There's strong principles that we want to adhere to for livability, developability of adjacent parcels, and for other reasons. That's why we wanted to restate that, especially as we're introducing more residential use alongside this in the central business district and other dense contexts. But if there's a desire to consider flexibility of that can happen on a site-by-site basis through that. Through if there's unique site conditions and things like that. So that's been our advice to date on the tower separation.
So I am hearing from you that some of this language could use a little bit of cleaning up. It's not obviously been something that you worked on necessarily in advance.
We had the benefit of seeing it yesterday and provided some thoughts and advice back to the councillor.
Okay, so you first saw this yesterday. Okay, that's helpful. There's some language in here around specific frontages on West 2nd Avenue. I think paraphrasing for the viability of projects. Did we hear specific projects on West 2nd Avenue that are struggling with viability on their pro formas and they needed this extra lift? Where's this coming from?
Yeah, we certainly heard from some of the folks who have projects on West 2nd that they're interested in pivoting away from office above industrial, right? And that hotel could be considered. And I suppose a little bit of extra height could be helpful. I think for this one we're comfortable with, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So this area of West 2nd is currently commercially zoned, so it's not in a mixed employment or industrial zone. And we've heard some interest in the area, but just kind of preliminary interest.
Okay, again, these are, I appreciate, thank you for the, I want to reflect that I really appreciate the professionalism and the research and the integrity and the work that goes in from staff and putting these proposals together. This is so much new material for me and I'm hearing that it's not fully well formed in the sense that some of this isn't even, it could use some cleaning up. I would have preferred to see these kind of substantive amendments coming back as recommendations for staff to consider adding to, and then have staff come back with the language, and staff come back with the recommendations based on, or considerations, I should say, based on direction from council, not this way. This isn't the way I like to do these kind of things, and not that I'm always adherent to the rules, but I think that, it's good to rely on the professionalism of our staff when they put these proposals together, and that's where I'll default, and I won't support this amendment. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby.
Chair, I have a point of procedure. I'd just like to move to extend past noon to complete this item.
Oh, yeah, so seconded by Councillor Clausen. All in favor say aye.
Okay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion passed. Thanks. Please go ahead.
That's it. So we're voting
Oh,
on the
okay.
amendment now?
Perfect. So no one else on the queue right now, so we can vote on this amendment. Okay. We can change on the panel right now? Wait. Oh, that's, oh, I see. Okay, yeah, thanks, Les. All right, thanks, everyone. So we can go to the vote now, but before we vote, just want to remind Councilor Montague, so there's something wrong in the system, so please, you can just ask a verbal vote. So we're gonna record your vote. All right, so let's vote on this amendment. So we are voting on Councilor Kirby Young's amendment. So Council, please register your vote on the voting screen. And
Thanks, Chair. In light of your comment there, I'll take a vote assist in favor.
thank you. Okay, so this amendment passed with Councilor Bly, Councilor Fry, Councilor Orr, and Councilor Maloney in opposition, and Councilor Meissner and Mayor Sim absent. Okay, I'll go back to the main queue. Councilor Kirby Young, you have anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to provide some closing comments, and I really want to thank staff for the work. I've heard an incredible positive energy from the tourism sector and the hotel task force that was pulled together around really appreciating the direction by council to support addressing what is a longstanding issue. Again, I'll repeat that some of the key points here, just to sort of recenter us back. We have our issue is a shortage of 10,000 hotel rooms. In the last Destination Vancouver external study that was commissioned, demand was expected to exceed supply by the summer of 2026. And that's in Vancouver proper, not including the 20,000 rooms in the region. Having a strong hotel sector supports our economy, jobs, and a healthy industry. It is really important when you look at the fact that we have the same number of hotel rooms today that we had in 2002. That's 23 years later, an entire generation. I mentioned this earlier, but imagine if we had the same amount of housing 23 years ago. Clearly, it would be getting more expensive, and clearly the problem has become very acute. We see some of the highest ADRs, or average daily room rates, in all of Canada, in the country. It means that we are either leaving opportunity on the table. It is very expensive. We have a constrained land base. We have constraints in our built environment. And the likelihood, if you look at the report from Destination Van around the sort of different buckets of hotels, the event space, the big brand familiar, basics, and urban resort, which vary by the number of rooms, from sort of small boutique hotels to the larger event space, are going to be incredibly difficult to achieve, particularly the larger conference ones. That means that without sort of flexible, modernized, bolder action and policies, we will end up becoming a small leisure type of tourism destination that can't host the larger conferences and that is only available to those with means that can visit. And that, I don't think, is good for all of Vancouver. We've seen the impact, as I said, of not moving fast enough. Housing to me, or hotels to me, is very similar to housing in the sense that you need different types, as was mentioned. You need the sort of smaller boutique hotels, you need the convention hotels, you need the business traveler. Opening up opportunity in different geographic neighborhoods, I think, is a huge positive. Along second, where we're seeing a lot of employment activity in Broadway, increasing the opportunity from 15 to 40%. And again, really important to recognize that that is in commercial districts. It's not in residential. So we can do both. We can focus on delivering homes, and we can focus on delivering hotels. We know that the financial challenges are acute. Our desire is to get them going. I think that hotels provide a unique opportunity for those sort of infill projects on smaller frontages and smaller sites that other things like office today, where they're requiring larger floor plates, and that simply cannot fit. And so I think that not only moves that forward, but it also creates a really interesting cityscape. I don't think we can be complacent. I think it's a real positive that these signals that council have sent have resulted in a lot of interest, but we haven't actually realized those proposals. As I mentioned earlier, the 4,200 rooms in the pipeline, we heard that 1,300 of them are for sure. I'm hearing a lot of them are not. We want new hotels and new builds. We want to support the adaptive reuse. A lot of hotel chains today, because it's so expensive to build, do want to do the adaptive reuse. Having that information back in that part of it's going to be really, really important. And that's for whole buildings like Le Germain that's opening on 1111 Hastings, as well as for using floors or part of it for pods and micro hotels. So The other thing I'll say is that people say, why are you focusing on hotels and not on housing? They actually work together because you see a lot of illegal underground Airbnb activity if you don't have that. And they can also contribute to a more vibrant downtown where we have, for example, some of the highest vacancy retail rates in the Gravel Entertainment District, things like the Bay emptying out. And when we have people that are there for day and nighttime uses with combined mixed use buildings, that makes for a vibrant, safe, and an interesting downtown. So thank you. I appreciate the work.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. So I myself here on the queue for amendment. So Deputy Mayor Clausen, can I pass the chair to you? Okay, thank you. So I have a amendment I just circulated to everyone. It's a very general high-level amendment. So I'll read that council recognize the unique opportunities and challenges of the Granville Entertainment District and the Central Business District, including shoulder areas, by allowing limited consideration of exceptions to this policy. So I'll add myself to the amendment queue. So I'll speak. Oh, we need a seconder for this.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Kirby-Young. Okay, so I'm now in the amendment queue, so I'll just quickly speak about this amendment. So as we all know, this Central Business District and the Granville Entertainment District and its surrounding shoulder areas are critically important to our city, accounting for 43% of Vancouver's hotel rooms. However, some existing policies, such as what we heard today, tower separations, height, density restrictions, have become barriers to build new hotels in these particular areas. In recent years, downtown core has faced significant challenges, including the loss of major retail anchors like the Bay. It has been difficult to attract people back to this area. To revitalize our core, downtown core, we need to explore innovative approaches to encourage hotel development, particularly by allowing greater flexibility and thoughtful exceptions to current policies. I envision a district with the similar vibrancy of Times Squares in New York City, featuring diverse mix of hotels, not just large-scale developments, but also mid-sized ones with around 150 to 200 rooms. And many potential sites for this project are currently underutilized infill laws. They are difficult to develop under the existing rules. So by relaxing rigid standards and encouraging creative design solutions, such as mitigating privacy and sunlight concerns through innovative architectures, we can unlock more opportunities for hotel growth. This amendment I'm proposing is intentionally very high level, very general, giving the planning team the flexibility to use their judgment, which is what they have been doing already. But I believe it is important to establish this general direction in this report. We are open to innovation and committed to bringing more business and hotels in our city core and surrounding areas. So that was the reason why I bring forward this amendment. Councillor Dominado.
Got it. Thank you. I do have a question through, I think it's Councillor Clausen at this time, to you as a mover of that amendment. Could you just give Council an example or two of you've said you've kept this high level, but I'm just trying to understand what the intent is and what this will achieve. So if you have any concrete examples, that would be helpful just to better understand it.
Yeah, so this amendment is intended to be very general. So, but we do hear also a few examples that in the downtown core that because of the tower separation and a limited further development opportunity for the hotels, it will basically kill those hotels if we actually stay very rigid on this 80 feet separation. So it's very general and a lot more flexibility for our planning staff, and especially when the applicant they propose some mitigation strategy. We all know the tower separation is so important from urban designing perspective, but if there's some very innovative strong mitigation strategies, so just give some flexibility to our planning team to consider.
Just a follow-up to that then, is just so I'm clear, is that some of this is responsive to what we heard from some of the speakers today? Because I did hear some concerns raised, and so it's responding to those concerns.
It's one of the factors for sure.
One of the factors. Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Councillor Dominado. Councillor Clausen, you are the chair. You are the chair. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you add yourself to the queue again? I will advance you, Councillor Maloney. There we go.
Okay, thank you. This is an extremely general clause, and I feel uncomfortable with how much permission it gives without constraints. So is there, I suppose I'd just like more information, perhaps through staff, about the implications of this and why it wasn't already included in staff's report.
Okay.
If they need this level of flexibility, why didn't they already ask for it? Is it necessary? I'd appreciate that information in order to vote on it.
Sure. So this intention of this amendment is very general. That's the intention, because that would, we don't want to be very descriptive in this amendment, because that would leave the expert in our planning team to make the final decision and the judgment. So that's all the intention, and they have been doing that already. So just reaffirm it is important to allow flexibility for some special projects.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I expressed earlier about how we adjudicate standards like tower separation. We certainly understand the intent behind this and some of the unique characteristics of some specific sites within the Granville area. And so if should this pass, we'll take that direction and consider that as part of any of those applications within this area.
Is there any alternative method for achieving this? That's what I'm interested in knowing, like,
You're asking
to give staff. I'm interested to know. I'm not sure whether I should be asking you or staff, but I just don't feel comfortable that I understand why this amendment is required. I don't really understand what it's meant to achieve, and whether there's a better mechanism or a different mechanism that might achieve the same result with more certainty for us in voting on it.
Okay, you want me to answer the question, or you want staff on?
Staff, please.
Staff, okay.
Councillor, Chair, if I may, that sounds to me, I would suggest that that's a question that's best directed to the mover. In terms of the rationale for the motion, that would be the mover.
Sure.
Sure, I'll answer this question. Again, as I mentioned, this amendment just allow more flexibility for our planning department to consider those unique and challenging projects. So, which they've been doing that already as the best practice. But I just want have this amendment in written in this report, so reaffirm our methodology in terms of those special projects. It's not meant to be not very descriptive. Leave that more flexibility to our planning department.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question, Councillor Maloney.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Claassen?
Oh, thank you. Just a comment on this and the amendment that especially that might be helpful for new councillors is, I think my understanding is that the intention of this is that if there is a specific roadblock and a case where there's merit to a project, that it allows it to be considered and to advance through a process. All projects, my understanding is, will still have to go forward to rezoning. That rezoning still comes forward to a public hearing. The public still has the opportunity to provide additional input on that as part of the public hearing process, and councillors have the opportunity to duly consider the merits of each project if and when it works its way through that process with staff. What it doesn't do is sort of shut it off at the gate initially, because it is restricted by a particular policy. So you could have a situation where something has developed next door to a building and perhaps it encroached on what is a normal separation and there's a few feet difference, whatever the case might be. But it allows those things to kind of progress along the pipeline, but there are other checks and balances there. So for me, I think that there's still a lot of process that applicants have to go through. What we're trying to do here is not preclude some of these projects being unduly restricted in the beginning, and that's how I view it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, seeing no other speakers on the queue, Clerk, may we please go to a vote? And Councillor Montague, the same request is that you verbalize your vote.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thanks very much. Okay.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Orr.
Did you vote?
Yeah, there we go. So can we bring that to the screen, Clerk?
Okay, that passes unanimously. I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. So I'll just provide some last closing remarks about this report. So I think Vancouver is experiencing a major shortage of hotel rooms. Occupancy rate are often above 90%, as we know, and average room price are among the highest in Canada. This limits travel, tourism, and events. It also affects local workers, families, and future opportunities, create more illegal short-term rentals, which eventually place unnecessary pressure on our local housing stocks. So the study from Destination Vancouver shows that Vancouver needs around 10,000 new hotel rooms by 2050 to meet growing demand. Without them, as the report indicated, the city and the region risk losing $30.6 billion in economic output, $16.6 billion in GDP, 168,000 plus full-time jobs, and $7.5 billion in tax revenues across all levels of government. Without more hotel development, the job opportunities will disappear. Hotels support thousands of good-paying jobs in housekeeping, hospitality, food services, event management, and tourism, and much more. And also, that would make our working class people left behind. Many rely on hotel jobs as a stable entry point into the workforce as or as a second income. High-profile conferences, events may not come to Vancouver if we don't have enough hotel space. And also, our young people, they might lose the pathways to build their career here in Vancouver's most dynamic sectors. And also, our low-income families will be affected because the economic benefit of our tourism flow to local business, community services, and public revenue. A decline in tourism means fewer resources for everyone, especially for our underprivileged families. Hotels do more than just serve tourists. They support Vancouver's film, tech, sports, and life science sectors, accommodate business and academic travels, and generate thousands of jobs. A diverse and affordable hotel supply may also help to reduce pressure on local housing by offering alternatives to short-term rentals. Building more hotels means more jobs, more affordability, and more opportunity for everyone in our city. So that's why I'm 100% support this report as amended. Thanks, everyone.
I will cede the chair. I will put the chair back to you then.
Thank you. Councillor Claassen.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I just, again, I want to give my own sort of closing remarks, just to really express my profound support to staff and the hotel task force. They've done incredible comprehensive work here and a lot of deep engagement with industry stakeholders. I would say that the time to act is now. Vancouver's tourism economy, alongside our film, tech, and life sciences sector, really depends on a strong, diverse supply of hotel accommodations. Right now, demand far outpaces supply. Room rates are too high due to that limited supply. Occupancy is consistently over 90% during peak periods, and nightly rates are among the highest in Canada. And that kind of pressure is not sustainable. The policy gets us to a path close to the 10,000 room gap by that we're looking to fill by 2050, ensuring that we remain competitive as a global destination and as a host city for major events and conferences. But this isn't just about tourism. The inclusion of longer stay and more affordable hotel types, particularly outside of the downtown core, can support families who travel to Vancouver for specialized medical care, visiting researchers and students and workers on temporary assignments. These are the kinds of accommodations that can support our health institutions, our educational campuses, and our economic development goals all at once. The flexibility to allow mixed-use hotel residential developments and to consider smaller frontage hotel sites in key corridors will unlock new opportunities where the market alone has stalled. And I'm especially encouraged by the work still to come to support Indigenous-led tourism, pod hotels, and strategic conversions in all areas where we can lead nationally. The public benefit of a thriving hotel sector is clear. It would create good-paying jobs with benefits, grow local small businesses, and help to strengthen our economy. In short, this report strikes the right balance, supporting economic growth, community well-being, and practical investment opportunities in a way that aligns with the Vancouver plan without interfering in our city's quest to build more housing faster. So I'll be supporting these recommended as amended. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Claassen. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wonder if staff would mind scrolling up to the yeah, so I'm going to ask that we sever A.
So,
So happy to provide some remarks.
okay, sever A and vote E and C. Okay, yeah, you please go ahead.
So I am happy to provide my support, offer my support to this report. I think the work that has been undertaken by the task force is incredibly important for our city. It actually reminded me that there was a significant conference that would like to have come to town June 2026 that would have been very important for the city to be able to host, and we were limited by what we could do because of FIFA being in town at the same time and what we could sort of commit to. And so there's quite a process that's involved when we entertain large conferences in our city that includes somewhat of a guarantee that hotel rooms will be available. And so for that reason, I completely support the importance of Vancouver as one of the largest and high-profile cities in our country to be able to host these large-scale conferences in a way that can entertain even overlapping important global events as just at a minimum. Not to mention the stability of the tourism industry when it comes to our local economic development, particularly at a time where there's so much uncertainty related to other sectors within our city. We know development is experiencing immense pressure in these times, and knowing that tourism is one of our sort of most sort of reliable at this particular point in time, coming out of COVID, sectors as a city. I think it's incredibly important that we're thinking outside the box. That being said, the amendments that were proposed related to CACs in a city-wide sweeping change to how we negotiate CACs in a sector that, while I understand the pressures around being able to build these products, hotels as well as residential, as well as office space, we have to protect the very few revenue streams that we have as a city. I'm not prepared to support this, so I will be voting against A. I'm very comfortable with the work that's been proposed, and I would have liked to have been sort of enthusiastically supported every aspect of what came forward from staff. I think it's measured. I think it's appropriate, and I'm like Councillor Fry, I wish that this was an amendment to report back so that we had adequate information. We heard from staff this exposes the city to risk. I am not willing to support something that at this particular moment in time exposes the city to financial risk. We just can't absorb that at this time. So I'll be voting against A, and I just want to make very clear why. It's not that I don't support the outcomes of the original work from the task force and staff. Unfortunately, it's been amended to a point where I can no longer support it. I'll leave it there.
All right, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And similar to Councillor Bly, I'm very appreciative of this really important work that staff have done, and it has been a long time coming, and it's critical to the economic success and vibrancy of our city. And I think on that we're all aligned, and it creates good jobs and economic opportunity, and especially at a time like we're in now with all this, the strain and stress of the potential of tariffs, what it might mean for our tourism industry, the inevitability of FIFA, and of course the scourge of short-term rentals that Councillor Zhou, you and I have taken an interest in over this term. So I think this is great work, but the amendments are, with the exception of Councillor Zhou's amendments, the more significant amendments are quite significant and sweeping, and I'm supportive of the sever. I would also like to sever subsection B under C, the bit about the is it under C? Oh gosh, there's just so much material in there. Yeah, so CB, yes, thank you. Yeah.
C and D, okay.
Which is the changes to the residential hotels, of course, because I think that has potential implications on housing delivery as well, because we're starting to introduce some significant variables that I know our staff were looking at to protect housing. And I think by getting into the mix on residential hotels and reducing the amount of tower separation, again, we heard from staff, they weren't even sure what the intention was because it wasn't super well formed, so I'm not comfortable supporting that.
Thank you.
But yeah, thank you. So sever.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Maloney? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, it's on.
Sorry. Thank you to staff for your report and presentations. It is really important that we continue to support the building of our strong local economy, and I acknowledge that companies that build hotels are taking a risk on the future occupancy in very uncertain times, and the uncertainty created in terms of construction costs and potential effects on international tourism contribute to the risk of building new hotels. I hope, in addition, that as a council we are going to give the housing crisis the very high priority it deserves, just as much as this subject matter. Listen, there's a real perception that that decisions that are being rushed through council are being made for the wrong reasons in our community, and I think rushing these significant amendments through continues to contribute to that fear. So I am very uncomfortable with the significance of the amendments that have been included.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote on the voting pad. Oh, we are serving A, C, D, right? And voting B and E together. Yeah, so are we going to vote on A first? Let's go vote on A. Yeah, please. Let's highlight. Okay, so we can go to the voting panel.
I'll take a vote assist in favor, please, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. So this is A in the amended report. All right. Councillor Dominado. Okay. Councillor Orr. On A. Yeah, recommendation A only. Yeah. Yeah, A. Recommend the one high. All right, so recommendation A pass with Councillor Bly, Councillor Orr, and Councillor Maloney in opposition, and Councillor Fry abstain. Right. Now we are voting on B and E, right, Clerk? Oh, C. Okay, C subsection B. Yeah, okay. So again,
Once again, Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Again, Council, please register your vote. Okay. This also passed with Councillor Fry and Councillor Orr in opposition. Councillor Bly and Councillor Maloney abstain. All right. So the next one will be, yeah, the rest B, D, and E. And F. And F, yes. Okay, the rest of the report. Again, please register your vote, Council.
And once again, Chair, a vote assist in favor.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Okay, so The rest of the recommendation passed with Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney abstain. Okay, thank you, everyone. That completes item 1, report 1 on the agenda. Clerk, do you want to do something? Wait a minute. So there's something from city clerk.
Yes, I just want to correct an error on this morning's roll call that Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. And this will be dealt with in the leave of absence motions being considered later today.
Do we need to vote on that, clerk? No. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'll make another announcement. So let's postpone the in-camera meeting to 1:15. So Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney has time to get the laptop they need to use in the in-camera meeting. So 1:15 in camera. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Councillor Montague. Can you hear us in the chamber okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine, Leslie.
Yeah, okay, we can hear you as well. We just need a couple minutes to get the new councillors' login and password all set up. So it'll just be another couple minutes.
All right, and we're still having issues with me registering as Councillor Meisner on the vote, or
We'll have to
Do I
see
need-
on the next vote if it happens again. We can make the change in the minutes. So yeah, if it is still an issue.
okay, thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Let's reconvene this council meeting. So the next item is number 4, 2024 property tax exemptions. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, I guess Councilor Dominado, that's for the question, right? Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so this item does not have a presentation. Councilor Dominado, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Please go ahead, Councilor Dominado.
This is just a regularized report that we get. I was just curious if staff could comment on, we have these statutory exemptions for Crown lands. And I recognize there's some elements of payments in lieu of taxes, depending on the property. But there's been discussion of late, the federal government has been talking about wanting to leverage more of their lands for housing. There's been speculation about the Sinclair Center downtown and potentially, I don't know if it's about fully redeveloping or building above, but would this likely shift over time if we started to see the federal provincial governments, again, I'm naming the federal because it just came to mind recently, there's been a couple of examples cited, but where we start to see a different use in those places that includes housing and then requires more infrastructure as a result. Would that change? Would we, because again, I think these are embedded in our charter. So does that make, my question make sense? just been in light of some recent conversations about how provincial federal lands might be used in going forward.
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy and Treasury. It is a very good question because all those, I would say, eligibility criteria in the Vancouver Charter had existed for a long time. For Crown land, they're typically used for really, for federal purposes, for provincial purposes. So I think if and when that happens, which could be soon, I think we need to really understand the implication of that. Because as you are aware, it has been a long-standing council policy for all housing projects, regardless of whether it's, social housing or just, market rental. We always say that because they consume services, then we do not exempt them. So we don't want to create a situation whereby only because of ownership that all of a sudden something's exempt. So we need to closely monitor this, and that may well be an area that we need to really go back to the province to say things have changed. So maybe the Vancouver Charter also need to change a bit. Not that they will not be exempt, but maybe for certain uses, I think there needs to be a little bit more, I would say, caveat to the general broad exemption.
Okay, no, I appreciate that because I think it strikes me that, when some of these items are put in the charter, the world's changed a lot, and I think it's going to change quite a bit as we see discussions happening in the federal election even about the use of federal lands, but also we see this already with the province as well. So I appreciate that that's something staff are paying attention to, and that at a later date, if we see a real shift, we would maybe have some further conversations about changes that might be necessary. That was all my questions, Chair, so thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Dominado. Now I'm gonna call the vote for this particular item. So, sorry, we need a mover for this recommendation. So we don't need to vote on this, right? Okay, yeah, perfect, thank you. So this one is done. Okay, so now we are moving to the item number 5, the budget resolution. Again, before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, no, okay, all right. So this item does not have a presentation. And is there any question from City Council? Okay, moved by Councilor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councilor Bly. Council member, is there any discussion? All right. So now I'm gonna call the vote for the item 5. So clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Councilor Montague, do you need a vote assistant?
I did register a vote.
You did?
Did not. Did it not show?
Okay.
Or does it?
We're gonna fix that, Councilor Montague, in the meeting minutes. Okay, now you are showing us Councilor Meissner again.
Okay. Vote assist in favor then.
Okay. Councilor Orr, have you voted? Oh, perfect. Awesome. So now, as you can see from the screen, this report passed unanimously. There we go. All right, so now moving with our agenda item, number 6, 1125 Granville Street, single room accommodation. Oh, we have report B? Oh, right. Sorry. So, my bad. I'm going to advance everyone here. So now we are going to the 5B on this report, 2025 Property Taxation, Distribution of Property Tax Levy Report. Again, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? And this item does not have a presentation. And council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Any question from the council? No? Okay. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councilor Bly, seconded by Councilor Claassen. All right, council members, is there any discussion? Okay, so now I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. And we are voting for report 5B.
Vote assist in favor, please, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Montague. Councilor Kirby? Okay, thanks. So report 5B passed unanimously. Thanks. All right, that concludes report 5 on the agenda. Report number 6 is our next item, 1125 Granville Street Single Room Accommodation SRA Conversion Permit. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so this item does not have a presentation. Councillor Fry, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously, my concerns are around the amount of the SRO conversion being offered, which is $1.1 million, and by the books, it should be $22.2 million. And so digging into this, I see that we had applied for injunctive untitled relief back in 2013, and that this SRO was purchased in 2016. But then as I continued to dig, I found that the demolition permit lists Parkfield Ventures and the applicant and agent address as 460 Fraserview Place, Delta. Now, Kevin Yang and his employer and that address are all listed as Solterra elsewhere online. And I know that Solterra had also purchased SROs, the Wonder, the Palace. And my concern here is that we're creating a precedent where large developers are buying SROs and waiting it out, and then presumably, if this passes, getting a deal on the SRO conversion. So I'm concerned that this is a bad deal. And is this Solterra? Do we know if it's the same operator that's been buying up SROs?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Celine Mobles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. Yes, the Palace and the Wonder were purchased, but they're operating as SROs. This project, the injunction many years ago was against a different owner. This building, as you as we note in the report, has a long history. The current proposal before you today is staff do assess each SRA permit on an individual basis. We did work with real estate to do a pro forma analysis, and the recommendation we're bringing forward today is to ensure that the project is viable and aligns with the proposed direction of the Granville Street plan, which looks to phase out residential uses.
Yeah, I guess my concern here, though, is that we're enabling a workaround on the SRO conversion bylaw. So I'm uncomfortable with it because I think that it's just too low relative to what our intention with the SRO conversion bylaw has been. And I recognize that this may reflect the project viability and the work that real estate have done going into this, but I am concerned that we've seen a pattern developing where we're losing SRO units and we're not seeing the full payout and I worry that it sets a precedent. So that's where I have discomfort on this. And am I correct, though, that this is Solterra, not Parkfield is were you aware of that?
That's correct, it's Solterra.
Okay, all right. I also, yeah, okay. I'm going to just leave it at that before I dig too deep into it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney?
I'm concerned about the fact that there has been displacement here because it's been empty for 10 years. What mechanisms have we got in place to discourage landowners from sitting on land and having it out of productive use, especially as housing for so long? Because there seem to be a lot of examples of this in our city.
Sorry, your mic's not on. There we go.
Thank you, Councillor. This project, when it was tenanted, the Clifton was actually a great model of low-income housing and provided housing along the Granville Strip for many, many years. When the previous owner purchased it, there were concerns about building condition. The city did order an injunction to do the repairs. The owner pulled a permit, didn't complete the work on the permit, illegally evicted tenants. The tenants were successful at the residential tenancy branch. Staff actually brought forward and council approved subsequent amendments to the SRA bylaw to require tenant relocation plans for any upgrades to rooms that have the potential to displace tenants. So there were a lot of lessons learned with this project. It has been vacant. We can't compel owners to occupy their buildings. So given that it has been vacant, that the proposed new uses along Granville Street are to phase out residential, this project would bring in much needed hotel stock, which is why we're bringing forward the report recommendation before you today.
And on what basis is the recommendation made to so vastly reduce the amount of cash contribution made? Because I also did a little calculation and worked out that the difference is from $1.1 million will pay for like half a townhouse effectively. You know, it's not a great big contribution in a time when we're in a housing affordability crisis. So could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. Well, with the bylaw, the fee that is charged has varied over time, and we have negotiated different amounts to support the creation of low-cost housing. So there is a housing benefit, so it has varied. We haven't charged the fee since 2015. That was the last time, and it was also much lower than it currently is. So in this way, the report that we're bringing, the recommendation around the amount is that there is a housing benefit. Anything more would render the project unviable, and it brings much needed hotel uses to the Granville Street area in alignment with the new proposed direction for the area plan.
How do you think we can stop providing an incentive to property owners to vacate their SRA accommodation and sit on land? Like what other mechanisms? I'm just interested in trying to prevent this from happening in future.
I agree. The SROs provide play an important role in the low-income housing stock. We're constantly working with our colleagues in developments, permits, and licensing to ensure building conditions are maintained, that life safety issues are maintained in the building, and we do work with owners to upkeep their buildings. Unfortunately, in an event like this, the previous owner had allowed the building to deteriorate slowly over time to the point where it was no longer deemed safe to occupy.
And do you feel as though your enforcement mechanisms are effective and easy to use?
In this case, the owner illegally evicted tenants, so we have strengthened our regulations to ensure that there is a tenant relocation plan and there are provisions for tenants. So again, we reflect on projects that we kind of work through and update our bylaws accordingly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the concerns about how low it is, and considering there's, maybe upwards of 4,000 homeless and potentially more if we lose modular housing. I know there has been some put in, but I think, the money there, 22 million could build, I think, 40 units. I'm not sure, maybe less. But yeah, definitely concerned about that. I'm also concerned a little bit about the timing. Is it true that there are reports coming out, SRO report and a survey report, and intergovernmental reports coming out in the future? This is just something I've heard from the public, so.
We do have an SRO intergovernmental investment strategy, and as part of the Uplifting the Downtown East Side motion, we will be reporting back concurrently on that work. This proposal is coming in before the proposed area plan for Granville Street, so it is coming in advance of that, which will have some updated policies for the area. And for this project to reopen this building as residential, one that's not supported by the current proposed direction of the plan, to do so would be prohibitively expensive. It has been vacant for 10 years. And so this is an opportunity to get some housing benefit from some funding into our replacement reserve, and to meet council's priority for a new entertainment area with commercial and hotel uses.
Can you, clarify that some housing benefit? Would that be the 1 million?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. Looking at the history of the building, it looks like, when did it actually start? When did it get the SRA designation? It wasn't always used for that purpose. Initially, it was a private business, family business for sort of more in the working class family zone. But can you just comment on that?
It was an SRO, so it was designated in 2003 when all SROs were designated under the SRA bylaw.
But not going back, when we go back to 1940s, 50s, 60s, we didn't have that designation in place.
No, correct, 2003.
Okay. And then just revisiting it, it's been vacant for a decade now. And that was due to not the current owners, but the previous ownership of the building becoming dilapidated and actually unsafe. Like the chief building official said that people can no longer live there as a result. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to clarify my understanding from the report is that what has been done here is a negotiation around the contribution and able to support and enable the conversion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Damnado. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just, when we look at a pro forma analysis for a hotel, could you just share a little bit about what measures are included in that? Recognizing that when we're looking at pro formas for market rental housing or below market rental housing, we have affordability thresholds and other sort of components that are well understood. I'm not as familiar as when we're looking at hotels, basically trying to rationalize the benefit to this particular context in terms of the area and the loss of the units that were lost a decade ago.
Thanks for the question. I understand.
Yeah.
I can't answer that question, unfortunately. Not when it comes to hotel use. I'm not well versed. So we can certainly get that to you offline, but I'm sorry, I can't adequately answer that question.
Okay, well, fair enough. I think that when we're looking at the trade-offs of this type of sort of, as Councillor Fry outlined, quite a significant I don't want to say discount, but just a significant negotiation, less than what we would typically get. The point then I think becomes what's the value of the SRA bylaw in terms of the $300,000 per door. If we're offsetting it with other variables, market variables, right? So maybe in future, or I'd be happy to receive the information after, because should this come up again.
We can do that analysis for you.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to get a sense from staff in terms of, and Councillor Fry sort of made the comment around there being a bit of a trend towards, are staff concerned at all that we'll be seeing more of these buildings? I know we've discussed at great length the Dunsmuir House that is now been demolished, but was also restricted under the SRA bylaw. And that's for another day, but, and now we've got this one. And as we shift policy context around these SRA buildings, what I'm not necessarily as alive to when we have those discussions are these trade-offs that come later, where we're changing policy context in terms of an area, and then that compromises a pretty important bylaw for our city that makes sure that we can maintain a very low level of affordability in our city at a housing crisis, particularly now that we're not building new supportive housing, net new, given the recent motion that was passed by the mayor and in council of not the majority, I must state, but anyways. So I'm trying to reconcile really just the trend of losing these buildings that sit idle for a decade. And then later we're looking at current economic conditions, cost of land, cost of construction, et cetera, that seem to price out this, the ability to replace these units with other affordable units.
Yes, and particularly on Granville Street, that certainly is the case, given that future redevelopment for residential in the entertainment core is not being considered. So in this case, this building has been closed for 10 years. It's not viable to reopen it as residential, which wouldn't be supported under the plan. Therefore, we looked at an alternative to support council structure to reanimate the street and bring in some much-needed hotel projects. Many of the buildings have been closed for some time. We aren't seeing right now a closure in other SROs. Obviously, as part of vacancy control, we're doing careful analysis and monitoring, and we'll be reporting those findings back to council, but we aren't seeing more closures more recently.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this a little bit. So my understanding is that this was purchased in 2016. I'm looking at a report from Abby Bond from 2015, which talked about moving the SRA bylaw conversion from $15,000 to $125,000. So presumably, even based on the old value, there was were the owners made aware of the SRA bylaw when they purchased this building in 2016 and their obligation under that, isn't that a buyer beware kind of situation?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so they knew that they were on the hook potentially for, in the 2015 SRA conversion for $8 million and change. Okay, all right, that's good, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, no one else on the queue. Would someone like to move a motion for this report? Okay, moved by Councillor Dominado, seconder by Councillor Clausen. Okay, Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I appreciate that this is a great opportunity to reanimate Granville Street, and I appreciate that we are phasing out SRAs on Granville Street. Fact remains that this purchaser has purchased multiple single-room occupancy buildings throughout the downtown east side and here on Granville Street. They were well aware of the fact that there is an SRA conversion fee attached to this property that would have cost them when they purchased it in 2016. They would be well aware that they would be obliged to pay $8 million plus in SRA conversions at the time that they were going to do whatever it was they were planning to do with this building. So I would have liked to see at least a little bit more of a robust calculation of the value of that SRA stock. I appreciate that it's been vacant for over a decade, but it is part of a larger trend that I think we need to be show some intention around, because we know that when these SRAs disappear, the next step is the streets, and we are seeing people ending up on the streets, in the parks. It is part of our collective crisis in the city of Vancouver when it comes to housing, and I feel like we are shortchanging the intention behind the SRA conversion bylaw by not even trying to capture some of the value that was assumed at the time of the purchase of this property, which was a speculative purchase. And I feel like we need to be a little bit more rigid on these rules, because otherwise, if we're setting this precedent for Solterra here and Holborn there, where does this end? I'm worried that we are heading the wrong direction, and we could be a little bit more. And this is not a reflection on staff. This is just a reflection on how this negotiation worked. I feel like we could be a little bit more diligent and rigid on enforcing this SRA conversion bylaw. And so for me, even if we were to reflect on the 2016 value that they purchased this under, even half of that would be considerably better than what we're suggesting today. So I won't be supporting this recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate staff's work in a very difficult situation across our city when it comes to the sort of desperate need for housing, and that this type of housing becomes so valuable, even though it's not ideal. And this isn't even actual housing units that have been lived in for a decade. So that's why the SRA bylaw, I think, is such an important lever that the city has to ensure that, I don't think that we should replace this with another SRO on Granville Street or any supportive housing that doesn't necessarily have the services around for folks that live there. I do think that this should be a hotel. I think hopefully it's, it's sort of part of that transformation of Granville Street that I support fully, the revitalization I support fully. But I too feel like every vote in this chamber is saying something. And for me, it's saying that while I deeply respect and appreciate staff's work on this, I don't want us to, this is a rounding error at the end of the day on this transaction of this building from my perspective, from the owner's perspective. And for me, I want to uphold the 300,000 per door as much as I possibly can in this seat, because I do think there'll be more that will come across our city that will be an opportunity for a building owner, a landlord to sit on a building, to let it deteriorate, and then to eventually wait it out to get this this deal. And so I'm not going to support it. I appreciate staff's work, and I appreciate the work on revitalizing Granville Street. 1.1 million, at a minimum 8, at a maximum 20 something. It's just not tenable for me. So yeah, I won't be supporting the report as it's been outlined.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Maloney?
Hi, I'm not quite sure whether I've got the procedure right here, but I'd like to move a motion to amend point 1. And
You need to send the amendment to the distribution list.
Yeah,
Can you do that? Oh, okay.
I'm in the
Yeah,
process.
so
of
if
attempting
clerk
to
can
do
forward
that.
to everyone. So we need a recess or something? Let's do a quick recess. Okay, so let's do a quick recess so we can figure out Perfect. Can start. Okay, but we haven't received the motion. Amendment yet. So let's take a look at the amendment. Okay, so I think the amendment is in your inbox right now. If not, still haven't received it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, please go ahead, Councillor Maloney. You can speak about your amendment. Okay, there we go.
My amendment increases the contribution from $1.1 million to $8 million, which I think is a fairer reflection of what's at stake and the incentives that we need to put in place to make sure that property owners aren't rewarded for the kind of history of this site, and that we discourage future property owners from sitting on property and failing to maintain residential property that tips more people into homelessness.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Chair, can we move to an amendment queue?
Oh,
please?
we need just.
I do have.
Yeah. So we need. Okay, second by Councillor Fry. Yes, please. It's sent in our inbox. Let's send at 4 p.m. exactly 4 p.m. Okay, can we bring that to the screen?
While we're doing that, in the interest of time, may I ask a point of information through you, Chair, to staff?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would welcome hearing from staff, what the implications of this are, how we came to the calculation of the 1.1 million. Maybe our Deputy City Armin Amrolia and or his staff could comment so that we better understand how we got to the initial assessment and what the implications are of this for the long term. Thank you.
Sorry, so let me turn yours. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We have Bill Abe from Real Estate who actually did the performance analysis, and I'll ask him now. He's online. I'll ask him now to actually explain. Thanks.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Bill Abe, Property Development Officer in Real Estate Services. I did hear the question a few moments ago asking about the pro forma and essentially how we approached it. And as you know from what we've spent the morning talking about, we've actually been working with our colleagues in planning on the hotel, basically on hotel viability. And so what we did was we applied those very same concepts that we used for the hotel work in this particular project. This is a mixed-use project. It is a combination of both hotel and retail. And so, and essentially what we did was we did a residual land value analysis. And basically, just put simply, that is the overall value of the project less basically the totality of the expenses. Basically, whatever the delta on that is the land value. Essentially, we were again and I think the councilor's question was like, what sort of inputs were we looking at? We were looking at estimates of average daily room rate, occupancy, room expenses, as well as the cap rate that the industry tends to use for hotel, and a similar approach for the retail component. Again, so I am fully cognizant that what we arrived at comes nowhere close to the $300,000 per door, but in our analysis, this was what we felt the project could actually support. Basically, the full analysis provided a range of basically a supportable range of anywhere between $1 and $1.5 million, and that was essentially what was essentially left over from the overall pursuit of the project. Again, if I were just to opine, my thought is that this particular applicant would probably not proceed with the project if if essentially the fees for the SRA were beyond what was ultimately negotiated. But it was part of the thought that essentially, again, like the city has multiple priorities, and if we were to look at essentially the results of the Destination Vancouver report from a couple of years ago, you could extrapolate that each additional hotel room generates about $3 million in benefit to the city, and so that was part of the that all weighed into the basically the calculations that we undertook.
Clerks, thank you. Just in the time I have is just to translate. So I appreciate the articulation of the inputs and considerations to get to that amount. If council at this time imposes 8 million contribution, can you just spell it? Would that mean that effectively the owner will say no and leave it vacant for another decade potentially? Is that what we end up with versus any kind of conversion? Can you just speak to that?
Yes, while I cannot put words in the applicant's mouth, it is my belief that the project simply wouldn't proceed and that we would be left with the status quo for an indefinite period.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all my
Thanks.
questions.
That's Councillor Montague, I guess. Clerk?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay,
I see
please.
I'm up there as Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Councillor Dominato asked basically all the questions I wanted to with regards to the potential if we were to raise this from $1 to $8 million, that things just don't pencil out, and we run the potential of this property sitting vacant for another 10 years. I guess I'll follow up with just asking, what's the current? And I realize this also would entail not only a hotel but retail space as well. I'm just wondering what the current vacancy rate for a commercial storefront is in the Granville Entertainment area.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Bill to come back online. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. No, that is a fantastic question, and that's something that actually weighed into the overall calculation. In that part of Granville, it wouldn't be unheard of for us to see vacancy rates of basically upwards of, say, 30%. One of the things that we acknowledged with the pursuit of this particular project was that it would essentially be catalyzing basically this sort of development, and so that right now there really isn't really a demonstrable market for these particular uses in this particular on this particular property, and so again, so that sort of weighed into it. Had it been on a different location on Granville Street, we'd have probably seen lower vacancy rates. We'd have seen higher rents commanded.
And so 30%, what's a healthy vacancy rate?
I would say probably closer to 5 would be healthy.
So we're way off then.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think with regards to the responses that Councillor Dominato got and the response that I just received, there's no way I'll be supporting the amendment. So I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Corbian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Some of the points that question I was going to ask were asked, so I'll just comment on the amendment quickly and succinctly because I think it bears repeating, and I don't want to see another Dunsmuir House situation. We have very little heritage as a young city, and what we have is important. If we were to pass this amendment with this sort of ethereal $8 million, then I think what we would have would be no hotel built, no $1.1 million for social housing, a loss of a heritage building because it would sit vacant and it would continue to decay over time. I'm talking about a 100-year-old building for Clifton Hotel that was listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register, which is significant and important, and it would not contribute to the revitalization of Granville Street, which, and I'm glad Councillor Montague asked that question, and it was affirmed when I attended a downtown van presentation recently, has a vacancy rate hovering at about 30%, which is extraordinary and is the worst in the city. And we are seeing the decay of Granville Street, which is why we're putting so much Herculean effort into the planning program. And I'm looking forward to that report coming back to council in June. So I think to condemn the building to a state of limbo and not have it fulfill a useful life. What is a heritage building doesn't make any sense. It might make a point, but it's going to actually harm the revitalization of Granville Street, the delivery of 74 badly needed new hotel rooms, $1.1 million recapping social housing, and in my opinion, the loss of a heritage building. So I will not support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Kirby-Young. So I have some question here as well. So from my understanding from the answers before is, if we approve this amendment, most likely this site will be vacant for a long time. And, what are the mitigation strategy we have to make sure that the condition of the building is not deteriorated like what happened in Dunsmuir Hotel? Do we have any enforcement strategy to prevent that happen?
Chair, I can speak to that. The issue of enforcement of building standards against vacant buildings is an issue that our team is looking at. Again, the primary objective will be to maintain the safety of the building. It will inevitably become increasingly, it's unlivable now, it will become even more unusable. I think that the focus would be to stop it from creating a public safety risk. But that's about as far as we can go. And again, there are questions around the extent of the city's jurisdiction to do that.
Okay, thanks. So do we know how much money, how much is the cost for the maintaining the building to make sure that it don't generate any public safety risks?
No, I certainly don't have.
We don't have a ballpark of the number?
No.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's all my question. Councilor Fry?
Yeah, I recognize that this amendment and the $8 million, that really was what the contemplated, a little less than the contemplated amount that would have been for the conversion at the time of purchase by this particular developer in 2015, I believe the purchase was. And I realize this doesn't work within the context of the pro forma, and I would certainly welcome a more negotiated settlement. I think 1.1 is just too low, and I recognize all the opportunities here, but I do think I would love to see a little bit more of a robust reckoning, and again, reflecting that this is a trend that we're seeing the loss of SRO units, and as much as the opportunity cost for what a hotel can bring, there's also the cost that we bear as a city when we have increased homelessness and street disorder resulting from people who are unhoused because they've lost the housing of last resort, as we tend to refer to SROs. So I recognize 8 is high, and I would be open to an amendment that really kind of, and maybe I should do that myself, but something that's a little bit more reflective of the reality of the building pro forma. But I think 1.1 is too low, and it's almost, I think, incentivizes further sort of predatory acquisitions of SRAs with the intention of converting them without having to pay the full freight. So I might just work on that as Councillor Bly comes on.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a point of information through you to staff.
Yep.
Can you just remind Council in this particular process, the developer or the building owner would come back with a rezoning, is that correct? To change the use to hotel?
No, it would be a development permit for a change of use.
Go straight to DP.
Yeah. So the SRA permit would be subject to approval of a development permit.
Okay.
Change of use.
Okay, and recognizing pro formas are generally something that's quite iterative, and our line of sight to a pro forma at this stage is early days, perhaps, compared to when a project would get to DP versus when a project would actually start construction. Do we have a line of sight all the way through? In terms of if we're sort of analyzing a pro forma now to justify such a low settlement, if you will, or negotiated settlement at 1.1, how certain are we that those numbers will hold all the way through to construction in a hotel, a finished hotel?
I would say that this isn't part of a rezoning negotiation in that way. This, as a condition of the SRA permit, there was a discussion about a fee, recognizing that the $300,000 a door would render the project unviable. And so that's when we worked with real estate to identify a contribution that would support a housing benefit that wouldn't be the full $300,000 a door. That there, at this point, that is what's being recommended before council as we move to development permit. If for some reason there was another approach or a new development permit would come forward, that would be an opportunity to reopen those discussions. But based on the project and the SRA permit and the proposed plans, that is the fee that we've agreed to.
It's going to go straight through. Right, okay. I had one other question, but I've forgotten it. I see that Councillor Orr is on the queue. I'll come off and come back on.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I think maybe that was the question I was going to ask, the same sort of thing. So is there a potential that the developer could go higher density at the project in exchange for this 8 million? Or to have to go through another rezoning?
The SRA permit before you, so applicants make an SRA permit and they submit proposals and draft plans. In this iteration, it would be a development permit. If a new project, if there was some point in the future, if there was a land assembly and they wanted to go forward and build higher, it would be a new SRA permit that we would bring back to council, and the fee would be based on the pro forma of that new project. But based on the current application, the plans that have been submitted, this is the amount that we've landed on.
Could the developer do that anyways, even with the one, if it was 1 million, could they just go ahead and ask for a development permit to increase density at that site?
No, the condition in the recommendation, we've tied the SRA permit to the payment of the fee, and that the development permit reflect what is in the SRA application. So if it was a different project or something new, it would be a new SRA permit.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right, Councillor Fry, you have an amendment to amendment? No, okay. So, all right, so then we are come to the end of the speakers list. So now we can vote for the amendment. Okay, so everyone please, register your vote on the voting panel. We are voting for this particular amendment. Okay. Councillor Maloney? Okay, you can ask vote assistant. Oh, okay, let me turn it on for you. There we go. Yeah,
My verbal vote is in favour of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so please, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you voted already. Okay, all right. So this amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby-Yang, Dominado, Bly, Montague, and Claassen in opposition. All right, so I'll back to the main queue here. Oh, our main queue are all disappeared. Okay, yeah, I don't have any names on the main queue. Okay, Councillor Dominado, please go ahead.
Like I'm just speaking to the main recommendation at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect, or now I see is Councillor Fry moving an amendment. Anyways, maybe I'll come back on. Okay, I'll come back on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've submitted an amendment to this. I appreciate the conversation going around, and I do understand the importance of Granville Street revitalization and vacancy rates, and that this hotel has been sitting vacant. But I do want to underscore my fundamental concerns that that we are potentially through these reduced teeth for our SRA conversion bylaws that we need to do better. And so my ask is that through this amendment that we refer this conversion permit back to staff to reconsider a higher contribution and a new negotiated contribution, reflecting some of the concerns that were expressed today around the value of these SRIs and, more importantly, the precedent that it sets. And I obviously haven't articulated that all in this amendment, but I think that the conversation has kind of captured the intention there. I think that we do need to be a little bit more intentional around it. And I think the real question in this is the cost recovery when it comes to addressing homelessness in our city, and the cost on policing, the cost on social services, the cost on street engineering, the cost in potentially lost tourism revenue because we have more people on the streets. I think ensuring that we are protecting this SRA stock, and I appreciate that $22 million or even $8 million, we would significantly alter the pro forma on this property, but I think we can do better than 1.1. $1.1 million is not a lot of money when we're talking about a massive development corporation like Solterra, who have holdings across North America and indeed in the city of Vancouver. I think we can do a little bit better than that. So with all due respect, I hope that we can just refer this back to staff to work on a little bit more of a negotiated higher recovery here. That is my amendment.
Yeah, we need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councillor Bly. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. You know, I listened intently to staff. They listed, I think, 20 different things that they looked at when trying to figure out the viability of a project and what this project could support. And if it wasn't, if it couldn't support the 1.1 or a greater amount than 1.1, then this just wouldn't, the project wouldn't go forward. We'd be left with another vacant building on Granville Street for another decade. So I'm trusting in the expertise of staff, and I don't think it's healthy for us to send them back to renegotiate something that they've just negotiated and spent a considerable amount of time on. I trust that those negotiations were in the best interest of the city and the people who live here and work here. So I'm not going to support basically a redo of staff negotiations. I think it's a complete waste of time. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bly?
Thanks very much. Yeah, so I will support this. I prefer this approach to staff's recommendations in order to better understand. I recognize we're using a pretty basic formula at $300,000 per door to rationalize a pretty complicated negotiation. So, you know, I totally understand that. If this was supported, I'm curious what staff would do. So I think that's a point of information is how would staff respond to this? Should this be supported? And recognizing you've been in these negotiations with the applicant, how would this be received from your perspective?
I'm Monica Church, Senior Planner with SROs and Supportive Housing. So the pro forma analysis was done to kind of determine what sort of lift would be on the project that would then render it viable. I don't think that analysis would change when real estate would go back to the applicant, but there's always room for the applicant to agree to something different. So I think the pro forma is what it is, but the outcome could potentially be different depending on where the applicant is at with this.
Okay. And one question I did want to ask earlier but forgot, and I just remembered, was around any other public benefits being delivered through any other developer contributions to the city as part of the application that's not identified in the report.
So this is coming in under development permit, so there aren't any public benefits being negotiated, but the applicant is significantly restoring the heritage. So there's a heritage element and then, commercial at grade and adding hotel rooms.
Okay. And just in the spirit of simple calculations, of which I understand this is not, what is the cost for us to replace a fully contained unit of what would be the equivalent to one of these units of under the SRA bylaw?
So the $300,000 per door that was most recently approved in 2023, that was based on the actual cost of delivering a replacement unit. So that cost is tied, that fee is tied to the actual cost. So it's likely gone up since 2023, but when it was determined in 2023 that that would be the cost.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. So yeah, I'm speaking in support of this amendment. I think that staff have done a very good job even today, just outlining for us as a council what we're really wrestling with here. We have a worsening homelessness crisis across our city that didn't start, last year or the year before that. We saw a significant loss of these types of units over the last decade. But the way that the math pencils out on this proposal is essentially 3 and a bit units, where it was 67 10 years ago, or 74, sorry if I've got the number wrong in there, but significantly more. So I think that we just got to keep the pressure on at the end of the day to send the right message. And I just want to make sure that staff are given as ample opportunity to say, we took it to council, but council would like to see more. And that if that means that we get triple the units and it's up to 3 million, then it's a win for us as a council in a homelessness crisis. So I'm going to support it based on the fact that this feels pragmatic. Staff can say they've done their best to bring this to council. Council wishes to challenge maybe some of the assumptions and to staff's response. We'll see what they come back with. This wouldn't be the first time we've done this. We've done this with childcare, with development applications. We've done it with other public benefits that the city needs. And so that's the role of council, isn't just to sometimes there's 3 parties negotiating in this, and this is our opportunity to have a say. So I'm going to support this. And I really hope that it's not seen as the building's just going to sit there. I'm sure it's not, because there's tons of flexibility in this language to negotiate. And maybe it's 1.5, maybe it's 2, maybe it's something else. Who knows? So I really hope that we can sort of see the forest for the trees on this one and see if we can get a little more at a time when we need it in our city.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, so I got a question here to our staff. I think you mentioned about this pro forma analysis. So I just want to ask you what we have done to make sure that $1.1 million is the maximum we can get from this deal. Oh, I need to see the chair. Okay, see the chair, the Councillor Claassen.
Thank you for the question. We've had extensive discussions with the developer and the owner, and that this is the maximum amount that we could negotiate with them. It would actually, the offer was a bit lower than the 1.1 initially, but this is where we're at. I do want to comment on what the replacement for an SRO unit today would be. And we're into the about $425,000 range, not 300. Just that is typically what these conversions cost. And a new build's even higher. It's about 550 to 600. So these are not units that are easily convertible. These are not units that are easily built. And they also come with operating pressure that if you don't have, again, you would not be able to operate the building as an SRO.
Thanks, Armin. So what you are seeing is $300 per door right now is not even viable number right now.
It is not.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, if we pass this amendment, any additional cost generated from this further negotiation?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question?
So if we pass this amendment, is there any additional cost generated by further negotiation with the applicant?
I cannot. No, I would think not.
Okay, how about is there any delay in other projects?
I would think not.
No, okay. All right, so last questions. If we do another round of negotiation, do you expect there will be a significantly higher amount of this this money compared to $1.1 million?
I think if council directs staff to go and renegotiate, the cost or the the contribution, we could certainly do that. But I don't think I'm comfortable suggesting an outcome standing here.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Armin.
thank you.
Yeah, so with that, I'm not going to support this amendment because I think we hear loud and clear from staff. They tried their every single effort to maximize the contribution generated from the applicant. And, I don't expect there will be some significant higher number. And also, I think staff mentioned there will be no additional cost, but I think about all the time staff, spend on this project, on the negotiation. I don't think it's worthwhile to pass this amendment. So I trust all the judgment from city staff, based on their expertise. Yeah, thanks. Deputy Mayor Klassen, I'm gonna take the chair back. Okay, thanks, Councilor Klassen.
So this, I will not be supporting this amendment. For those of us who, in the last few weeks, met with bar owners and restaurateurs in the Granville Entertainment District, we heard their desperation, the absolute calamity that they were facing. Many were losing significant money because of Granville's inability to deal with social disorder and other challenges that are in the area, and they are looking for the kind of investment that this brings. New retail, new hotel rooms, 30% vacancy rates at 4 to 5 times what would be considered to be a healthy vacancy rate. This strikes me as we've really looking at this as somehow a way for us to address homelessness in the city, but it doesn't do that. It really is an attempt to try and make sure that we can revitalize heritage. And as a council liaison to the Heritage Commission, I can tell you how frustrated it is, the commission often is, on the times that we do miss the opportunities to restore and revitalize heritage property. So this one checks a lot of boxes in terms of being able to bring some important revitalization to Granville. I appreciate staff's efforts and their nimbleness in this regard here, and I think it will be really very capricious of us to start going back and ask for to squeeze out more dollars that really is intended as a penalty, not really as an incentive for us to try and revitalize that part of the important part of the Granville Entertainment District. So I just can't support this, notwithstanding any intentions around it. I just think that we're kind of we've got two different strategies that are kind of at cross purposes with each other, and I support the way where staff wants to take us on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Corbiel.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to be brief because we've got a lot of business to get through still, or we're going to have to refer some things. But I'm just going to say, without repeating, is that I heard, I feel like there was an inference from the mover of the amendment that based on the ownership of the particular project, that somehow we could squeeze more out of them. And that's not actually how we do things. We have to actually have a sort of a discipline and a formula about looking at particular sites, the economics, the proposal, the numbers, and that for a particular site. We should not be pursuing something because we think we can shake someone down or get some money out of it based on who it is. We need to figure out, do the economics of a particular site actually support that with an objective methodology and a review by staff, which is what I feel has been done here. And it is really important that there is sort of a defined process and some defensible rigor around what that looks like. So to me, I think that it's troublesome. And I said, an inference, that's my perception. But there was several comments made around the ownership. But I think what we need to look at is what is the greater good of the city. And I think that's been articulated. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm hoping we can move this forward so that we don't have to refer some of the business to tomorrow, because we've got some stuff we need to get through. But I will leave it there, and I will not be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Corbiel. Councilor Fry.
Tempted as I was to call a point of order under 6.1 for questioning the motives of a councillor when suggesting I was operating a shakedown, which is not the case. Was highlighting that there is money at stake, and what we are talking about here is effectively reducing the SRA conversion bylaw to $16,000 a door. the objective here is to provide something of a disincentive to the removal of SRA stock by property developers who see an opportunity. And part of the SRA conversion bylaw is to disincentivize the rapid conversion and loss of this stock. I've heard a few councillors mention the heritage property kind of value of this hotel. I cannot think of a single SRA building in the city of Vancouver that is not a heritage building. That's the whole thing with SRAs. They're old buildings. They're beautiful old buildings. They're often brick and have, you know, nice Victorian features and that kind of thing because of the stock that they represent from a different time when they were viable hotels 100 years ago. So I appreciate that there's a heritage value here. I know that that was the appreciation when the original SRA conversion bylaws came into effect. And again, $16,000 a door. This particular developer did not purchase this property. It was past $16,000 a door when they purchased the property. So, you know, I recognize that $22 million might be too steep. $8 million might be too steep. But surely we can do better than this because frankly, if we're going $16,000 a door, we are opening the floodgates for every speculative property developer to come in and start buying SRAs and think, well, hey, if they did it for these guys, they'll do it for me. And I think that's a mistake. And I think that at the end of the day, and I know that we have differing positions on supportive housing in the city of Vancouver and the value of it, but I do think that we need to take a hard, long look at the fact that SRA stock is the housing of last resort in the city of Vancouver for many people. And if they're not in an SRA, they're on the streets, they're in the parks, they are costing us $5 million for Project Barrage. They are costing us countless, you know, legal expenses for park encampments and all these kind of, so I think that there is a fundamental values added proposition here that we are protecting some housing stock that is at risk of loss and there is no replacement in sight. So this isn't about punishing, this isn't about a shakedown or anything of the sort. This is about a clear-eyed vision of what we are dealing with here when we talk about SRA stock and the loss of it and the sort of predatory consumption of it if we incentivize by cheapening our own SRA bylaws. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor. So I'm just going to ask a really quick question. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Claassen. So I want to ask a question to the mover of this amendment. I think we hear a lot unclear from our staff saying that they try their best to get this maximum value, $1.1 million. But how can you tell us, surely we can get more? How did you make that decision? Surely we can get more. I would rather trust our expert in this particular case. But why surely we can get more?
It's not literally surely, it's more of a figure of speech, but I think that $16,000 is far too low. And I think that we could be, and I think that by sending direction to staff that we as a council expect more. I mean, this council has sent some controversial signals, I would say, as a majority, saying no new supportive housing in the city of Vancouver, various different initiatives.
You didn't answer my question. I asked you why surely you get more. I don't want to hear others.
Well, I mean, we're getting into figures of speech here.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Good. So I'll take the chair back from Councillor Claassen. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to call the vote for this amendment. Please take us to the voting panel, and council, please register your vote. All right, so this amendment failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominado, Montague, and Claassen in opposition. Okay, thanks. Going back to the main queue, anything else? Any other questions? I didn't see Councillor Dominado. Dominado, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just given there was amendments, I wanted to make time for those first. I just want to reflect a few comments in light of the discussion today. I think it's an important conversation. We are dealing with a specific request here with respect to 1125 Granville, and has been noted an SRO that has been vacant for a decade now, and there's, in this particular instance, no displacement as we've seen in other instances. But I want to speak just broadly for my reason for supporting the staff recommendation, not supporting the amendments at this time is I'm actually in agreement with my colleagues who have spoken quite passionately about the role SROs play in Vancouver, the issues of homelessness that we're facing. I recognize it is often a housing of last resort. In this instance, this has not been used as housing for a decade, and not due to the city's fault, but to a previous owner who let it go to such a state that it became dilapidated. And in fact, our chief building official said it was unlivable. And in the context of this decision, I'm also weighing that our staff have done and undertaken the due diligence, and they would not have brought this to us if they didn't feel that they had done everything possible to make this work. And it does align with the Granville Street revitalization, which we've been hearing tremendous amount. The public has been wanting to see renewal of that space for quite some time. But I think fundamentally, the bigger issues we have is the renewal and investment in SROs, which requires provincial investment. It requires federal investment in terms of that housing support, but also the issue of care and maintenance of buildings, and recognizing this is private property, it's a private building, but we have seen, and we saw it recently with the Dunsmuir House, issues around that. So I think we've got two bigger questions before us in terms of how do we secure provincial and federal funding for supportive housing, for non-market housing in the city to address homelessness, and how do we deal with the care and maintenance of buildings in our city so that they do not get to a state like this one did, or Dunsmuir. But weighing all the debate and considerations and the information that staff have shared and answering questions that we've raised today, I am prepared to support the staff recommendation.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney?
I would like to reflect that I'm deeply disappointed with the very low negotiated settlement. And a negotiation is not as easy as following a formula. We have an obligation to the taxpayers of Vancouver to maximise their benefits and send the right signals to property owners and developers about what the city will and won't accept in terms of holding on to properties and failing to develop on them for a long time and removing livable units. I think that this is a real dilemma because I absolutely don't want to see this this property sit idle, and I can see the benefits of having this go ahead. But I would like us to do better and not pretend that negotiating is as easy as following a formula. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm going to call the vote. Again, clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote on the voting panel. So we are voting on the main report. Okay, so this report has passed with Councillor Bly, Councillor Fry, and Councillor Orr in opposition. All right, thanks.
Chair, I have a point of procedure.
Yes.
Noting the time, I'd like to move to refer items 8 and 9 to the standing committee tomorrow to allow council to complete the referral report bylaw or to bylaws and notices of motion and new business and inquiries, and to extend past 5 o'clock if necessary to do that, recognizing that if we don't do that, council will not have an opportunity to call notice on motions today.
Okay, just to be clear, we have a motion on the floor to refer item 8 and 9 and complete the rest of the business, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Claassen. All in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. All right, so we're going to continue. So now we refer the item 8 and 9 to tomorrow's meeting. Okay, so let me see. Now we are on the referral report. So 1 and 4 was passed on consent. Referral report number 5, CD1 rezoning 1780 East Broadway. It was held by Councillor Bly. You have the floor, Councillor Bly. Sorry, your mic. There we go.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, I do have a question as it relates to page 14 of the report, recognizing that this is specifically about moving from referral to public hearing. And there have been some questions raised around the first paragraph that refers to the 10%. And in that last line, it talks about do not meet existing council policy thresholds for below market rental that require a minimum 10% discount from the CMHC averages. The question is, should that have read 20% discount from the CMHC averages? And just clarification would be great before I'm comfortable voting on this one.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Sorry, which one?
Uh,
Which report?
Are you asking a point of privilege? Or?
Yeah, I just don't know what report we're talking about.
Oh, which report? Okay, we are talking about referral report number 5, CD1 rezoning 1780 East Broadway.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just noting the mix-up on the restaurant is a bit, yeah, okay.
Okay, please go. There we go.
Hi, Simon J, a rezoning planner. The report's correct, but we can explain it in more detail at public hearing if you wish.
Okay, so you're confirming it's correct, but you can't give more explanation yet because that's the subject of a public hearing.
Correct, yes.
Okay, but you're confirming it's correct.
Yes.
Great, then I can leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Not on the, right, no, not on the.
No, okay. Councillor Bly again, so maybe that's the leftover. Councillor Fry, no? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so, okay. Oh, you are? Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Can you put yourself back? There we go.
All right. So I'm curious how this project does not meet our sustainable large development policy, specifically around the delivery of below market housing that one might expect typically with a project of this size, noting that the sustainable large developments are defined as 8,000 meters squares, and this is almost 10,000 meters squared.
Yep. So the sustainable large site policy does apply to the site. That's correct. If it's a strata is the main part of the development, then we do require social housing as part of it. This is a rental housing project, and so there is a clause in there that says that it can also be a different alternative approach is the wording in there, and so that's what the applicant has used, an alternative approach.
Okay, so there's no requirement for affordability within if it's all market rental.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it is policy compliant. Okay, thank you then.
Okay, thanks. Seeing no one else, I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting panel? And council, please register your vote. This is referral report number 5. All right, so this referral report passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now we are moving to the next section, which is bylaws. We have 5 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin the agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, seeing none, would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaw 125? Moved by Councillor Claassen, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. All right, the next section is a notice of council members' motion. Are there any notice of council members' motion for the upcoming standing committee meetings? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have 3 notices of motion to read into the record. The first one is entitled Reducing Home Demolition Waste in Vancouver, co-submitted by myself and Councillor Dominato, and that is for the May 7th Standing Committee. The second motion is the Opportunity for a Cultural Precinct in the Heart of Downtown, co-submitted by myself and Councillor Joe. And the third one is adding Sikh Heritage Month to the City of Vancouver's official observances, submitted by myself. And that's, both of those are also for the May 7th Standing Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I just want to reminder that please share the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure that send the title and the date of the standing committee meeting via emails and to the city clerk. Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Chair. I have a notice of motion for May 7th Standing Committee. First, I have 2, sorry. The first is a co-submission with Councillor Fry, Sustainable School Food Funding. And the second is Jumpstarting Rental Housing, Bold Action to Boost Housing Construction in Tough Economic Times.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Chair. Notice of motion submitted by myself for May 7th Standing Committee prohibiting the sale of gun-shaped lighters and calling on the province to explore legislation to ban GSLs.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Notice of motion for May 7th, pausing proposed changes to the Vancouver Charter and elected park board.
Thanks. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I'm going to move to the next section, which is our new business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, request for leaves of absence. The motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting. It's available on the screen. We bring that to the screen, clerk. All right, so as you can see over there, would someone like to move a motion for this leave of absence? Moved by Councillor Dominado, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Is there any discussion, Council? Okay, all those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. All right, this motion of leave of absence carries unanimously. All right, Council, are there any other items of new business? Councillor Claassen?
Yeah, a request for leave of absence, April 22nd, 6 p.m. onward for personal business, and May 8th from 5 p.m. onwards for civic business.
All right, we need a seconder for this motion. Second by Councillor Dominado. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I have a leave of absence for Wednesday, May 7th for civic business, 5 p.m. onwards.
Okay, thanks. Again, we need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Orr. Those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Councillor Dominado.
You know what, I'll come back on and can't find my LOA, so
Okay.
yeah, thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, sorry, can I just get clarification, because I was looking at a different screen. Did my notices of motion I sent in earlier get incorporated, all of them, or do I, just looking for verification, the clerk, or do I need to? Okay, then I do have a new business to move those that were emailed in, the update.
Who are you? It's the same date that Councillor Kirby-Young requested?
I'm just looking for verification, so 3 dates. Okay, super, thank you.
Perfect, thanks. Okay. Councillor Dominado?
Chair, yes, just moving an LOA in my name, May 22nd, 3 p.m. onwards, which is a council reserve for personal business.
Okay, seconder? Second. Seconded by Councillor Fry. All those in favor say yeah. Okay, opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Thanks. Okay, so next section is inquiry and other matters. Council, are there inquiry and other matters? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Council received a fair amount of communication with respect to Vancouver Animal Services and their ability to have their own social media handles, and seem to feel that the city is stopping some of the good work to support our kind of feline and animal friends and rescue dogs from getting into loving homes. And I don't know that I have a clear response back on what the situation is. I'm just looking through you, Chair, if the city manager has any update or information on that as to why they, it seems a benign request, but I'm sure that there's some context around it.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and happy to follow up with a more detailed kind of background from our communications team. It is something that they have looked at in detail. I think there are concern, and we've seen this in the past with the proliferation of social media accounts. It's quite an ineffective way to communicate with the public. The city has very broad reach with the channels that we have, and our comms team is looking to leverage those, including for animal adoption. But I'm happy to provide more detail, and if there's further questions or concerns from council, then we can follow up on those as well.
Okay, if I could do a quick follow-up on that then. Is there any communication back with respects to the folks to help them understand why or figure out how to feed in content to our social media channels?
Sure, yeah, we can certainly circle back there as well. I believe that there has been contact, but I can't speak to that firsthand. I'll take that away as well.
Okay, great, thanks. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you. Oh, actually, on other matters, I did want to just make sure I'm in the right section. Sorry, it's been a long day. I did want to also acknowledge and thank the Sikh community in Vancouver for a fantastic Vaisakhi this weekend. A number of members of council attended the Gurdwara at Ross Street Temple to kick off, sort of pay respects and kick off festivities, participated in the parade, enjoyed sharing the opportunity and the festivities with community in the Punjabi market, tasted lots of delicious food, and it was a beautiful sunny Vancouver day, and it was such a pleasure and a privilege to participate in that. And I just wanted to extend my appreciation and thank you for that. I know we had a proclamation earlier and had some members of the community at council chambers before council meeting. They were very happy to be there and have everybody participate in it. So just wanted to acknowledge that and thank them for being such fantastic hosts and sharing that tradition with us.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for that last acknowledgement. That was a really wonderful weekend celebration and a community celebration. And I also just wanted to acknowledge our new councillors who are in the chambers today have just gotten through their very first meeting with a lot on the agenda, a lot of moving parts, and so just recognizing you both for jumping right in 5 minutes after being sworn in into your first council meeting without taking a breath. So that is not an easy feat and one that needs to be acknowledged. And also to staff who have worked very, very hard to get everything set up so quickly. I think it's important to the residents of Vancouver that we have a full house of councillors ready to work as soon as possible after an election. And so good to have everybody here, and just thanking the City of Vancouver for turning out in big numbers for a by-election. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominado.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to City Manager, I do have an inquiry, and I'm hoping either it can come as a form of a presentation to Council or in a memo form, but recently, we had an update from maybe it was the fall now, Vancouver Coastal Health around the implementation of the mental health nurses and practitioners, as well as the de-escalation teams, including the Indigenous teams. What I'm looking for is the de-escalation teams in particular are modeled after the peer-assisted care teams of the CMHA. And what I'm looking to delve into and better understand is how that deployment is working, so at an operational level, and what that looks like in terms of the outreach and community, the neighborhoods, data that's been collected, interface with clients. And so if we could receive that information from VCH, again, could be a presentation, or it could be through a memo. But I think just delving a little deeper into the work of those teams and how that's going.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Happy to reach out to VCH and work with them to get that information back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Just sharing also appreciation and thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for highlighting the fantastic Vaisakhi celebrations in South Vancouver this weekend. And also to share, I was delighted to attend Sakura Days at the Van Dusen Gardens, and very, very big thanks to the community that helped put that together, and the staff, the Vancouver City staff, who tend to Van Dusen Gardens. And I must confess, I don't spend nearly enough time there, and it was so relaxing and wonderful to just walk around and look at trees and flowers and enjoy Japanese culture at the same time. It was a very nice come down after the vibrancy of Vaisakhi to just go and walk in the woods. So thank you for that.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Claassen?
Thanks very much. Just sort of following up from Councillor Dominato's remarks. I know that there has been some public discussion around the initiative that this council brought forward and supported with an up to $8 million grant to partner with Vancouver Coastal Health in terms of hiring mental health workers in various teams. And I was quite pleased that my outreach to Coastal Health resulted in an update in how that program is going. The revised FTE plan is for 49 staff. And that 38 of those team members have been hired and are already working in the field. We've received at least 2 reports back from Vancouver Coastal Health in this chamber with updates on the success and the progress of that program. I just want to especially acknowledge Vice President Bob Chapman, who is retiring this month after 26 years at Vancouver Coastal Health. He's been a great leader and heads up the community care, a very large part of the service offerings of our local health authority. And so I want to wish Bob well in his endeavors post Vancouver Coastal Health, and very much for his work and his team's work in bringing that program together. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Claassen. All right, so report A and 9 has been referred to tomorrow's meeting. So we need a motion to adjourn today's meeting. Adjourned by Councillor Claassen, second by Councillor Kirby-Yung. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.